Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 566th Board Meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I'd like to introduce the board members at this time. On my far left is Raji Var of Bakersfield. Sitting next to Raji is Mark Bradford of Sacramento. On my far right is Denise Kadara of Allensworth. And my name is Carl Longley of Fresno. I'd like to now introduce the Executive Officer, Patrick Palupa, who will introduce staff.
Good morning, Board Chair, members of the Board. To my immediate left is Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer with the Rancho Cordova office. To his left is Kiran Langfranchi Rizardi. She is the Executive Assistant and Clerk to the Board. To my immediate right is Jessica Yar, Senior Staff Counsel with the Office of Chief Counsel. Across from me, I have Bailey Toft Dupuis, attorney with the Office of Chief Counsel, and to her right, Carrie Yee, our administrative unit, who will be running the timer for us here today. We also have Clay Rogers and Clint Snyder, assistant executive officers in the Fresno and Redding offices, respectively.
Thank you very much. Fine group of people they are.
I agree.
I look out at their smiling faces up here. Could you please lead us in the pledge, Raji?
Please stand. Pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We will move on to agenda item number 10, consideration of the minutes. The approval of the minutes from the 10-11 October board meeting in Redding will be brought to the board at the February board meeting. I think it's kind of interesting as we move over because of the ADA requirements. I understand the software is pretty horrendous that we have to deal with, and it's slowing some things down until we get a handle on it.
It's tough. I think it's tough. Some of our staff are quite adept at it, but there's a bit of a learning curve for others.
With that, we'll move on to item 11, board member communications. And are there any further communications? One of the things that did one of the things that did come out of the two regional board chairs conference calls that first Monday of every month these are held, and there have been two since the meeting in our meeting in Redding. There's a real concern about the cannabis program, and I think we'll be talking about that more later. We've been appraised of it recently, but maybe the springtime we need to have an update as some of these issues mature. And it's probably, in my opinion, it's probably one of the most difficult programs we have to really get a handle on. And I know that Clint's been doing a great job trying to herd cats, if you will. But there's some big cats and some little cats, and there's a lot of problems. So maybe it'd be good to talk about that later.
I think so, and I think in the spring probably would be ideal, spring or early summer. My personal take is that the state of California as a whole hasn't quite figured out what role the water boards will play in the burgeoning cannabis economy. I think you've heard a lot of news about the tax rates bouncing around, the strategy shifting quite a bit. We are absolutely ready to play the role that we're given, whether it is switching to a stronger enforcement presence or switching to allocate resources to processing the permits that are in the pipeline and working with the legal growers. But that allocation of resources is entirely dependent on the overarching policy objective of the state. And I think wrestling with this one is something that still has a few rounds to go before we figure out where we're going. I think at the current juncture, we as a Central Valley Water Board are working very hard to make sure that both of those aspects of the program, enforcement and permitting, are proceeding. But I think that the overarching goal, and there are those conversations ongoing, requires coordination between all the agencies that have a stake in this, whether it's finance, Bureau of Equalization, the local governments, CDFA, California Department of Public Health, all of which have permitting regimes that are placing difficult constraints on the development of the legal marketplace in California.
Well, and I've been told that some of those folks you mentioned have increased their fees to the point that it's driving permit holders out.
I think the anecdotal evidence that we've gathered from speaking with a lot of the growers is there are very few incentives to participate in the legal marketplace.
Right. So, with that said, looking forward to a few months getting an update on this. Find out where I am here. Moving on to agenda item 12, I believe. Do we have any cards? We have no cards, man. We're going through this meeting like gangbusters. 13, back to the executive officer's report. Any further discussion?
So the executive officer's report will have a presentation of the board priorities. I just want to make sure what order you want to conduct the meeting today. We have a strategic planning session, which I would suggest we can put that towards the end of the day, and we can move forward with the discussion of the board priorities for fiscal year 2021 right now.
I would do that. Wouldn't you want to do awards?
We would do the awards right now.
Good. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that.
All right. Fantastic. I don't know, Carl, if you want to come down for this one. This is a resolution commending a very, very special member of the Central Valley Water Board staff who just recently retired with 32 years of service to the regional board. One of the few folks who remember the prior offices that we've had, and truly somebody who has mentored countless staff who are in the office here today, in the Fresno office, and in downtown and State Water Board, and in a number of other agencies. I'll let Carl kind of read the resolution. He also has a commendation from the governor of the state of California and Dianne Feinstein's office for his service to the Central Valley Water Board. That's why we've got 3 plaques up here. Very, very special person, near and dear to the Central Valley Water Board. And I think you've seen him in a number of different capacities over the years. But since Carl worked with him way back in the Fresno days, I'll let Carl take over and read off the resolution commending Steve Rosenbaum on his retirement from the Central Valley Water Board.
Steve, do you want to step up here, please? I met Steve back in the early 80s. He was a youngster then. It's kind of hard to imagine him retiring, but so be it. At any rate, you've done a hell of a lot of good things, is what I can say. Whereas Steve Rosenbaum has been a valued, respected, and important colleague during his 32 years of distinguished service with the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Board. And whereas Steve Rosenbaum has served the state of California in varying capacities in dealing with ag drainage, landfills, mine reclamation, and for the last 10-ish or so years as supervisor of the Cannabis, Forest Activities, and Stormwater Compliance and Enforcement Unit. And whereas Steve Rosenbaum was instrumental in filling the coffers of the cleanup and abatement account with multi-million-dollar enforcement actions, that was you? against stormwater construction sites for failing to install sediment and erosion controls. And whereas Steve Rosenbaum has worked in almost every program at the Central Valley Regional Board in offices in Fresno and Rancho Cordova, imparting his vast knowledge and cementing his legacy at the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. And whereas Steve Rosenbaum is held in high regard by executive management team for his ability to manage up and his propensity to give advice that is friendly, direct, and always appreciated. And whereas Steve Rosenbaum proved himself to be a competent multitasker, deftly participating in Friday afternoon conference calls between strokes on the golf course without missing a beat or a putt. And whereas Steve Rosenbaum wielded his red pen like a surgeon, expertly excising errors both grammatical and syntactical from any document that dared cross his desk, and whereas Steve Rosenbaum proved himself to be a storehouse of information on cannabis, including information on the history of prohibition and legalization, scientific classifications, and a list of 50-plus street names, of which his favorite was Dank Crippy? Yes. You'll have to explain that. And whereas Steve Rosenbaum's smile and infectious, laid-back personality have maintained a positive working environment and spurred his staff and co-workers to excel. Therefore, be it resolved that the Central Valley Water Quality Control Board applaud and thank Steve Rosenbaum for his dedication and hard work during the past 32 years and wish him health and happiness in retirement. May he enjoy his well-deserved retirement and stay out of Italian hospitals. That's a story, too, you're going to have to tell us. So it's somewhat sadly that I read this, but with a great honor to be able to read it, and thank you for a job well done. Thank you, Steve. So this is what I just read, but I tell you, this is just the beginning. And that.
Oh, I'm ready.
There you go. Just a minute before you do that. Get on the other side. But you were to take. How are we going to handle the others?
And just for the record, we have here today, October 9th, 2019, from Gavin Newsom, Office of the Governor. I am honored to congratulate you on your 32 years of exemplary service to California. Our state is grateful to have benefited from your experience and skills. You have helped better serve the people of our great state, and you should take great pride in your accomplishment. Thank you for your commitment to ensuring that our government meets the needs of all Californians, and please accept my best wishes for the future. Sincerely, Gavin Newsom. And giving you a workout here with all the plaques. From the United States Senate, Washington, D.C., dear Steve, congratulations on your retirement from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. I am pleased to join your colleagues in commending your 32 years of dedicated service. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed, and your experience will surely be missed. You have demonstrated how one person can make a profound difference. As a United States Senator representing the people of California, I commend you for all that you have accomplished and wish you good health and happiness during your well-deserved retirement years. Best regards, sincerely, Dianne Feinstein, U.S. Senator.
We're going to have to help him with all three.
Let's get the other board members in the picture.
We're going to have to help you with all three of these.
So next up, we have a Superior Accomplishment Award being given out to a group of individuals that have done a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that we're having this board meeting here today. I think as this board knows, the way a lot of the papers in your binders look is a lot different than it used to look. And that has to do with a new law that kicked in just this past summer that requires all of our documents posted on our website to be ADA compliant. We have, I think, well over 30,000 pages of documents on our website, some of which will not be remediated in time by an internal deadline to get them done. But for the documents that come to our board meeting, all of those has to be posted online so that the public can have access to the draft documents that we consider for our board meeting. I will say this team has been incredible in that the experience of other regional boards has been that they have not been able to remediate documents in time and frankly not been able to act on very critical permits that have come before their boards because they haven't been able to post them online. I think San Diego was almost stymied, and I don't know if they adopted a single permit at one of their recent hearings because nothing was able to be made ADA compliant. It seems like it is fairly simple from just looking at the documents, but the complexities making a document available for a screen reader, particularly the documents that our board processes with multiple charts, with graphics, with tables, with footnotes, you have to make sure that that document, when you plug it into a screen reader, can actually read through and be able to comprehend in a very linear manner what's in that document. And when you have a several hundred page NPDES permit with multiple equations, graphics, tables, that gets extraordinarily challenging. And so this group of individuals has really risen to the occasion with software that was often quite inadequate to the task. They still managed to come together and put together documents that were able to be posted and certified. And that's why we're here today, ready to adopt a bunch of permits yesterday and able to move forward as a board without too much of an interruption. There's been a lot of late hours for this team. We do the best we can to make sure that our resources are allocated so that we don't have to have those last-minute crunches, but this is the group that said, well, we're going to do it. So proudly, I present this award to, and if you could come up, Janelle Brown, Carrie Holmes, Holly Martin, Carrie Yee, Michelle Snap, and Christine Walker. So Janelle, Carrie, Christine, Michelle, Carrie, and Holly, also known as the ADA Compliance Posse, have worked tirelessly to help our agency comply with ADA requirements. This has involved many detailed tasks, such as going through long and tedious documents multiple times to find errors, develop templates, and eventually assemble documents into a format that can be posted on the internet in accordance with the new rules. They have spent hours studying the ADA regulations and learning how to use the software tools to develop ADA-compliant documents. They have become a valuable resource for our staff by providing technical support and guidance on meeting ADA requirements. The ADA Compliance Posse's ongoing work is critical since the board's main business is to develop documents, orders, permits, plans, enforcement documents, and policies that require protection of water quality, and many of these documents need to be circulated for public review and posted to the internet. Essentially, without their efforts, many of our critical water quality protection programs would be unable to move forward in an expeditious manner. This team can be found much of the time huddled around a computer, ostensibly working on ADA compliance, but I have been afraid to ask about the details. They have positive outlooks and are willing to share a smile even under the tight timelines and often frayed nerves that come with implementing new requirements. This group's technical proficiency, highly professional manner, and attention to detail have established them as leaders in helping the board comply with this important law while enforcing its mission to protect water quality. I'm proud to give this award to Holly, Carrie, Michelle, Christine, Carrie, and Janelle.
Just want to commend you on the great work because we would be stymied without you.
Thank you very much.
Does that conclude Executive Officer's report, or do we have more? It's our pleasure. Anytime you want to, Patrick.
That's dangerous. So I'm going to proceed with the discussion of the board priorities for fiscal year
Yes.
2021. So in accordance with our portfolio management process, around the end of the year, the program managers come to us and propose priorities that they will integrate into our work plans for the next fiscal year. And so I'm going to give you an overview of where we are in the portfolio management process and basically where are we in the annual cycle that we go through, and then walk through the proposed priorities for the board's programs. And they're generally clustered into 5 different program areas: the permitting programs, the planning, monitoring, and assessment programs, the admin program, special permitting programs, and enforcement and cleanup. So in terms of what the portfolio management process is, each program has their annual work plan. That annual work plan has the targets for how many permits are going to be adopted within that program, what are the goals and objectives for the compliance units, what is going to be the focus, and a little bit of the history of what the program is. And then a big part of the meaty part of the annual work plan is how those duties are going to be assigned to the program staff within that program area. The annual work plan, the primary responsibility for developing the annual work plan lies with the program manager. And then an executive sponsor, one of the assistant executive officers, or myself in the case of the admin program, works with the program manager to refine that. And then the annual work plan itself goes for the executive management group review. And that is myself and the assistant executive officers that look through these annual work plans and then approve them and engage in dialogue with the program managers to make sure that it's meeting all of your objectives for the upcoming year. So this really is the chance for the board to weigh in. And if you see a priority that you believe is elevated too high of a priority, or something that else that you want to see done in the course of the upcoming fiscal year, please let us know. And just for your reference, the upcoming fiscal year, that's the year starting on July 1, so that's kind of where the planning process is right now. We are right now in the upper left-hand corner, so we're in the prioritization mode. In the months ahead, between January and March, the program managers are going to be developing the upcoming work plan. They work a lot also with Kelly Garver to make sure that the appropriate resources are allocated. And then the approval happens. And lastly, at the end of the year in June, that's when the annual work plan gets underway with a series of kickoff meetings for all the programs. So here are all the water quality programs that we have at the Central Valley Water Board. I know Bob Schneider mentioned yesterday there was 8 when he started at the board. There's about 20 right now. This kind of covers the breadth of all the issues that we have at the Central Valley Water Board. So with that, I'm going to start stepping through the individual water quality programs and what the basic priorities are for the upcoming year. First, the permitting programs, and this includes the NPDES program, WDR program, water quality certifications, and stormwater. First, the NPDES program. The NPDES program is the program that regulates point source discharges to waters of the United States. This is the federal program. It's governed by a very strict set of federal regulations, and it has some of our most complex permits. The big ones, Big Stack Regional, is regulated under an NPDES program, but also a lot of little treatment plants throughout the state, throughout the region, that discharge to waters of the U.S. The goals for this upcoming year are three. First, it's permitting efficiency and quality, which really is generally a goal for all of our programs, but the NPDES program has it a little tougher than most this year. US EPA is dramatically scaling back the resources that's given to the state of California, whether that's in-kind services or whether that's program resources to do things like pretreatment program inspections. So that means that the focus on efficiency is going to be paramount for the NPDES unit in the year to come. I would also add that US EPA is enacting a series of initiatives to really try and make sure that the states and the regions do not accumulate a permit backlog. Now, I think we're pretty fortunate. We've got an excellent NPDES permit team, and we have a large region. So we do not have a permitting backlog. And really, I think that has that we stand out in the state as one of the few regions that does not have a permitting backlog in the NPDES unit. But I will say that a lot of that is due to the fact that the smaller regions are the regions where the NPDES permitting backlog tends to happen because they can't reallocate resources when one permit gets stalled. Number two is data quality assurance. Data is incredibly important to the adoption of NPDES permits because the federal regulations are extraordinarily strict. One thing that our region has kind of pioneered is the use of a mid-permit cycle data review. So usually you have 5-year NPDES permits. At the end of 5 years, that's when you get all your data and you start assessing what the permit terms are going to be for the next permit cycle. And especially for the smaller facilities, you have one data point that's outside of the norm. That could be a sampling error, could be a quality assurance problem. You don't have time to go back and do another sample. That delays the permit, that gets us into a backlog position. So what our program manager has devised is a way of doing that analysis in the middle of the permit term. So we can get that data early and we can work with somebody. If we really think that a data point is an errant data point, we can have them do additional sampling in the upcoming couple years before their permit comes up for renewal. And lastly, I think you'll see a common theme here. CV salts implementation is a big deal for the NPDES permitting unit. And for them, it's largely geared towards the salt program. There's very few facilities that actually discharge nitrate at levels that violate the drinking water standard. But working through the salt management programs with a lot of facilities that aren't used to that is going to be a big challenge for the NPDES permitting program in the year to come. Next, the WDR program, which regulates entities like sewage treatment facilities, food processing industries, including wineries, wastewater, recycling, sand and gravel mines, and other industries that discharge non-hazardous wastes to land. Again, common theme, CV salts implementation. This is the big one for this. We have well over a couple thousand of these facilities in our region, many of which have permits that are fairly old. And all of these folks will have to come to the table and work with the management zones or work with the drinking water providers to meet the requirements of CV salts. So there will be a lot of outreach, not just to the communities that will be receiving the drinking water resources, but also to the folks that will have to pay for it, that have the nitrate exceedances in their small food processor or in their publicly owned treatment works. And a lot of that burden is going to fall to the WDR program unit. And frankly, that's one of the big resource allocations that we're looking at pretty hard to make sure that they have the capacity to absorb that when the plans come in. And at this stage, the first year of CV salts is mainly the drinking water component. So we're looking ahead 2-3 years as the plans come in for, well, what are you going to do to reduce nitrates? That's a heavy burden that's going to fall on the WDR program. We also have a Lean Six Sigma implementation. This is one of the programs that went through a Lean Six Sigma process to find where the permitting bottlenecks are. That is something that is going to be used in our undersecretary is very gung ho about implementing Lean Six Sigma and a bunch of other program areas. So the WDR program, we've already done it here, and so we're going to continue to implement that in the year to come. The other ones are develop region-wide general orders. General orders are absolutely a more streamlined way of regulating a lot of facilities. And the big three that we have, and we want to make sure we move them forward in a big way, are domestic wastewater treatment plants that treat more than 100,000 gallons per day, nut and seed drying operations, and food processors. So getting a general order in place for those three industries will really streamline our permitting process. Lastly, GeoTracker and input on...
Can we go back to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
I find interesting you have food processors because there's quite a variance among processes from one food processor to another. I find it interesting that you can lump those into one general order. Ask the question straight out, is that doable? Or?
It's not going to be all food processors, but there's a lot of them that are relatively small, and we know what their waste streams are. So the challenge is coming up with the parameters. If you have a salinity load, a gallons per day load, and a nitrate load, and a land application area of a certain size and of a certain quantity, that'll fit under a general order. The fact of the matter is we've got a lot of food processors that discharge, not the tens of thousands of gallons per day, but that require a small amount of regulation because they have a relatively minor discharge. They're a small land application area. They wash some salad or do something like that. And we just have to make sure, and they pay their fees every year and really form some of the backbone of that program and how we fund our staff. So for those relatively low-threat food processing operations up to a medium threat threshold level, a general order will really work for them. We don't have to get into the nitty-gritty of how they manage their facility too much to really just apply the requirements that are protective of water quality. When we get into the bigger, more complex facilities that are processing many, many, many tons during a variety of water conditions, that's when it starts to look like, oh, you kind of need your own order there.
Thank you for that. And I'm a champion of general orders. Back in the old days, permits were what, 3 pages, 4 pages? They were very short.
No. The CEQA documents were like half a page.
So, and today they're books.
Yeah.
And the general orders mean that we cut down a lot fewer trees.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely, absolutely. And I kind of say it offhand, but CEQA is the big challenge. We don't necessarily get away with using a CEQA categorical exemption for the general orders, particularly if we're enrolling new facilities. So addressing that in a deft fashion is absolutely the biggest challenge. There's been movement here and there over the years to get a CEQA exemption in place for that, a statutory exemption, because similar to what we have with NPDES permittees, because realistically, a lot what we're doing is protecting water quality, and there's very little ancillary impacts due to when we're actually protecting water quality, but we don't have an exemption for it, so we have to go through the CEQA process, particularly for general orders, and that is a heavy lift. So that's kind of what a lot of the strategizing is. It's reluctant for me to say it, but some of the technical details are easier to work out than some of the CEQA analysis.
Thank you.
So moving right ahead, for those of you that aren't familiar with GeoTracker is a pretty cool online database that houses a lot of water quality information. It's used primarily by the cleanup program, but gradually it's being used as a platform to absorb a lot more information. WDR program is one that in the years to come will be transitioning to a geo-tracker database, which means that you can look up a facility, look up its monitoring wells, look up its WDRs, all through what is basically a series of GIS layers and embedded documents that is really, really convenient and easy to use. And you can look at your neighborhood and figure out what the major discharges are and what the impacts are. And lastly, our WDR unit is actually fairly heavily involved in providing input to statewide general orders, making sure that they fit with our region, making sure that they fit with CV salts and our basin plans. Right. So next to the water quality certifications, you heard a little bit about this yesterday, regulates the removal or placement of materials into wetlands and waterways. The big things, and I think you heard, again, a little bit of this yesterday, timely issuance of water quality certifications is really one of the big targets. The target for this unit is review 95% of water quality certification applications within 30 days of receipt and issue 95% of water quality certifications within 60 days of receiving all necessary project information. That's an incredibly tight timeline. This unit generally hits that mark, which is truly extraordinary. Again, most of this happens behind the scenes because these are permits that don't come to the board for adoption because of how the statutory scheme works. The Water Quality Cert Unit will also work on conducting targeted inspections and enforcement actions, prioritizing those wetland and water quality impacts that are to unusually sensitive areas, permit processing improvements for Caltrans projects. I think as Brian mentioned yesterday, and I kind of really want to emphasize this, SB 1, the big road bill, proposes 55,000 culvert replacements in the state of California over what will be the next, it was 10 years, about 2 years ago, almost 3 years ago, so 55,000 culvert replacements in about 7 years. That is going to be a huge lift for the water quality certification program because those culverts, they happen, generally speaking, right where you've got flowing water, right where you at least part of the year. So that's a really big lift. Caltrans we're in negotiations to try and get resources, as mentioned yesterday, to help us out with that project and basically have a Caltrans navigator that works between the contractors that they use and the regional board staff and really help make sure that all of the permit documents that go back and forth are expedited and complete when it comes to the regional board, and so that everybody's expectations are met as we try and move those projects forward. And lastly, implementation of the new dredge and fill procedures, again, as you heard about yesterday. The stormwater program. So we've got construction, industrial, and municipal, as you've heard about, all three different species of permits. Construction and industrial, those are actually state permits that are implemented by the region. Municipal, there's a few state permits, but our big municipal general order is one of the big ones that the stormwater unit oversees. So for the municipal program, the goal is to work forward and reviewing region-wide MS4 general permit work products. There's a lot of significant work products that are due under the region-wide MS4, including trash management plans, stormwater planning, low-impact development criteria, things like that have to be analyzed by the stormwater unit. And, incredibly, it feels like just yesterday when we adopted the permit, but we got to begin renewing the general permit because it's going to expire in September 2021. It was a multi-year process to get the first draft up and running. These things expire by federal law every 5 years, so we're already gearing up to work on the next round. And for the construction and Caltrans and industrial, the bulk of it is targeted inspections and compliance enforcement. So we're talking about a target of 385 construction stormwater field inspections and additional resources for other compliance enforcement actions and 195 industrial stormwater field inspections. These are big. Some of I just signed earlier today a $170,000 construction stormwater ACL settlement, and earlier last week it was another $160,000 construction ACL settlement. To make these programs work, especially because it's a state permit, our job is to get out there in the field, find the sites that are causing problems, and have an expedited way of bringing significant penalty actions through the system. We've been lucky that our staff have been exemplary in really pursuing those violations, and that's really how we get compliance. It's through enforcement.
This has been an issue in front of the regional board chairs. And I think it's the San Diego region that has gone to remote monitoring. In other words, cameras on site extensively.
Absolutely.
And they swear by it.
Yeah.
Is that something we're contemplating?
So it's something remember the permit itself is actually a state board permit. San Diego has several permits that they adopt due to some of the coastal management programs that they have. So they have a slightly different take on the program. But the bottom line is when they're doing a construction project, and you see this, that you drive by a major construction project, they have either, kind of it's a big almost generator system, spotlights, and a series of cameras on top of a pole in the middle of the construction site. San Diego said, well, you got it set up. We want the feed. We want to make sure that, when it starts raining, we can click through your cameras and make sure that you have the big piles of sand that you have or concrete substrate or something like that all covered and tarped when it starts raining. And so they've kind of evolved. Some of the developers say, yeah, we're doing it anyhow. We'll just pipe a feed into the regional board. So I think there's some interest in that. The debate is about how and what level it would rise to needing that. If you're doing a 1 acre of construction project with, that's actually fairly well buttoned up, that you don't have those cameras deployed, maybe not. But certainly for the significant ones, I think industry-wide, it's evolving into a BMP.
Well, it saves a lot of travel.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it means you can go to the sites where you're having an issue and some of the other sites you don't have to visit because rain's hitting typically everybody about the same time. We get the big storms, and so how you deploy your resources is much more targeted, if you will.
Absolutely. So there's certainly some security issues that some folks have raised. There's ways to tamper with that. There's ways in which if there is activity, you don't want necessarily the feed to be able to be hacked, so that they know when the patrol guy isn't there, and that's actually been a problem for theft on some sites. So that's in negotiation. I think that it's a tool, and we got to figure out how to deploy that tool. A lot of that conversation is happening at the state board. I am supportive of it. I'm supportive of it kind of being articulated as if you got a big complex construction site, it just makes sense to call that out in your stormwater management plan as a BMP. So certainly there's technical resources at the regional board that we have to be concerned about making sure that we have access to that feed and that feed is secure. But you're absolutely right. That's something that we're thinking about.
And Patrick, how many of your inspections are triggered by a public call or somebody expresses concern, or does the public even know who to call if they see a violation?
Yeah, so I think that it depends. I think that I always route folks right to our website. There's a big environmental complaint button right on our website. If you see any water quality issues out there, click on that thing. It routes it to State Board. State Board takes a look at it, and usually within hours, it's routed to the regional board, back out to the regional board. They catalog it, we track it. We have certain performance targets about getting that thing answered in a quick amount of time. I'll have to check with the enforcement coordinator in terms of how many of those inspections are in response to complaints. But I think when it is complaints, they range from, some folks complaining about stuff, you're like, yeah, it's not really a stormwater violation, to, we have, it was a number of years ago, Tykert made a complaint about some stormwater violations that its competitors were routinely, being charged with. So, they say, look, we're doing everything we're supposed to. These guys aren't. You got to go after them. So we actually had a few enforcement cases that weren't exactly open and shut, but we had a heck of a lot of great witness data that came in the door from the competitors that were saying, look, we're doing the right thing. You got to help us level the playing field here.
I don't mean to beat this to death, but those public notifications of something going on is invaluable because we literally cannot have staff at each and every site.
Oh, yeah.
And so, but generally when we get the public complaint, it's already a big deal. And so other measures, cameras, and there's other measures out there that allow us to intercede before there's been a significant discharge. That actually saves although it may result in an ACL, the number is a lot smaller if we intercede early. So,
Yeah. No,
So
you bet.
from the industry standpoint, there's a reason to support this.
Yeah, you bet. All right. So I'm going to move into the planning, monitoring, and assessment programs. This includes basin planning, TMDL, the Delta program, CV Salts, Swamp, and the Non-Point Source program.
Just goes to prove we're part of the bureaucracy, the swamp.
The swamp, oh my goodness, no. It's a good swamp. For the basin planning programs, this is a really, really big program that we have here at the regional board. I think this is probably the biggest program that we have. So water quality control plans, basin plans provide the foundation for all of our actions. They designate beneficial uses and the means of protecting beneficial uses. And the basin planning program itself, it's broken into a few sub-programs as well. It includes the Delta TMDL programs, and CV Salts is actually organized within the basin planning program too. But CV Salts we'll talk about separately because it's kind of evolved in a slightly different direction. So for the basin planning program, the priorities in fiscal year 2021, last year you approved the triennial review for 2018. That's a big one. That basically says what we're going to be working on over the next 3 years, and that's what we're working on right now. That includes doing tribal beneficial use evaluations, the issues involved in the Pitt River and the temperature assessments and the beneficial use assessments there, and working through with the state board on temperature criteria. And this is actually a big one for 303D listings. The controversy there is salmon. The salmon numbers that are the default salmon numbers are the salmon numbers from Alaska and Washington. Those don't necessarily correlate to the temperatures that are required for salmon runs in the Central Valley. And so the challenge is to make sure that we have a temperature number that we can accurately target for water quality protection within the Central Valley. Those numbers haven't been developed yet, and it's one thing to say Alaska fish can tolerate, or are amenable to slightly cooler waters. California fish can tolerate slightly warmer waters. The challenge comes into doing the type of biological work to make sure what those numbers are. So that's a significant conversation. It's a conversation that we'd love to have a ton of US EPA dollars, injected into. That might not happen. So, it's a challenge working with the state board to try and make those move forward. There's great research in this area, research being done at UC Davis and a number of other research institutions looking into that, because salmonids are absolutely one of the key species that require water quality protection. Also up next is the 2020 integrated report. We'll probably have some more briefings on that because the way the integrated report is being done is going to change fairly radically probably in the months to come, because frankly the state board lost a pretty blockbuster lawsuit about not getting the integrated report done on time. And so their proposal is to take a lot of the public comment process away from the regional board and consolidate it at the state board, which has its pros and cons. I think, this board has been involved in a number of different disputes over the years between the regional board's list and the state board's list. the end of the day, it actually is the state board's list. They listen to the regional board staff put together, but sometimes there are some inefficiencies there. A lot of data management issues. The teams that work on the integrated report, they work through just piles and piles of data, quality assurance, and making sure that data is representative of the water body and is appropriately listed. TMDL development, including mercury, pesticide, and other prioritized constituents, also falls under this program. And those are TMDLs that we are planning to develop. And continued implementation of existing TMDLs also falls under this program. That includes the pyrethroid control program, mercury in Clear Lake and in the Delta, and dissolved oxygen in the San Joaquin River. Lastly, not to be left out, is the Delta Regional Monitoring Plan, Delta Nutrient Research Plan are priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. CV salts, which falls under the Basin Planning Program, but it's its own special program. The big ones are the revisions to the salt and nitrate control plans. So, when the state board adopted CV salts, it says you got 1 year from the OAL approval to revise your revisions to the water quality control plan, and that's what we're going to be working on primarily in the CV salts program. We're also going to be interfacing with all the permitting programs to make sure that the implementation activities occur according to the timeline articulated in CV salts. This includes notices to comply, notices of intent, document tracking, and permit updates. Heavy stakeholder coordination and public outreach, and lastly, contract management. So there's a number of contracts out there, some of which are winding down, where the state board gave residual money to groups to help start up some management zones and start the process a little early to get those underway. Non-point source program. This is primarily involving funding from US EPA through Clean Water Act Section 319H grant program, which implements non-point source control activities with a focus on impaired water bodies. So, and you'll hear a little bit more about this later, but cyanobacteria evaluation management is a big focus for this upcoming year. Grant management, managing the actual data points under the 319H grant is another component. TMDL implementation in Clear Lake, the selenium TMDL, chlorpyrifos, and diazinon and pyrethroids all receive attention under the non-point source 319H. And lastly, a little bit of an outlier, but something that we heard about yesterday, we're going to continue to hear about, is water quality impacts from homelessness, trying to make sure that we are routing funds in the right direction to tackle those issues.
The order that those items appear on your slide, there's not a ranking there, is there?
No.
That's just
No.
a random placement.
Well, relatively random, yeah.
Okay. The water quality impacts from homelessness is just another good example of where we need more public outreach. And,
Absolutely.
I don't know where that comes in, but that's something that management, I think our management, has to continue to push the state board on.
Yeah.
To develop the positions. I guess we're getting a little bit of, you mentioned yesterday about one position or half a position, I guess it was.
Yeah.
Half a PY. But we really need to increase significantly, I think, our outreach.
Oh, absolutely. It's tough. I mean, I got to tell you, there's zero funding for this. There's literally zero funding for the homeless program. It is something that Adam scrapes together from resources that from other program resources. We kind of beg, borrow, and steal to make that work because it's a high priority issue for our board. But I think that in the months and years to come, there's going to be some orders coming down the pipeline. We're going to make some folks do things that they don't really want to pay for, but they have to pay for it to protect water quality, and that's kind of one of the things that we're working on long term. But there's no structured. The homeless don't pay fees. They can't be the subject of cleanup and abatement orders themselves. This is a kind of social problem that we're we're working towards just because it's the right thing to do, not because there's an easy funding stream to finance this.
Patrick,
Yeah.
so I know that the governor's giving a lot of money to help with the homeless issue, and a lot of counties are getting that funding. And I'm wondering if we tie in with the counties to have them help pay for certain things, since they have money coming in now to help with that situation.
It is-
I'm wondering if that's the
Yeah.
route we're gonna take.
So, I'm looking at Adam a little bit. Our relationship with the counties is tough, and that's kind of putting it mildly, because I think the counties, some of them at least, have been relatively loath to admit that there's a water quality problem that falls under their jurisdiction. So they see the homeless issues as one, and their environmental health departments, which are the ones that would shut down waterways and things like that, they are still reluctant. And even the most progressive cities, you see LA, San Diego, are gradually inching in that direction. Even San Francisco has had these big concerns about saying, well, we want to own it, but we don't really want to own it. But those are conversations that we're pushing forward, and so there's money there, and it's gonna be a tough lift, but I think that we're gonna probably be issuing some orders that are gonna push the envelope a bit in that area. Go ahead.
You're correct, and we've been talking to Patrick's point of the counties are all a little bit different. And so our team has been focusing on trying to do outreach to those counties and cities that are progressive and are willing to maybe start looking at these funding streams and getting funding to do things like mobile bathrooms and things like that. And our staff have been really pushing the envelope there, developing concepts, and they're actually circulating a concept right now to try and get some funding. The key to that funding is whether or not it's associated with the housing in some way, is what we've, and so the mobile bathrooms, if we can, what we're trying to do is say, well, these can augment existing services and be placed in certain areas to take pressure off of, say, people who are living maybe in a nearby area and may come up and use those mobile showers, mobile bathrooms. So we are exploring it, but Patrick's absolutely correct. It's difficult getting certain counties to embrace it, but I think a little bit more of a heavy hand at some point from a regulatory side would help.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we come through the county sometimes like a bit of a wrecking ball, to be honest, because it's very often county parks does not want to play with county environmental health, does not want to play with county social services, do not want to play with county land use. And we're saying, to heck with it, you got to. This is an issue that is happening on your parkland. The impacts are there because of your land use decisions that you've made. Your county law enforcement is a piece of this puzzle. You all have to come to the table and help work this out. I think in terms of the funding, Adam's right. I think he notes that the one of the big strings attached is it's funding for housing for homeless. So the counties are a little reluctant to kind of accept that money, and the argument being that you put a mobile bathroom out there, that's not housing, or if it is the establishment of housing, we've got other kind of big problems on our hand. Our response kind of has been, well, if the money's coming out there and you're doing things with the money, doesn't that free up other funds that you have more flexibility with? And so that's kind of how the conversation has been going. But it's touchy, and every county is a unique little snowflake that we have to deal with differently. So.
Yeah, yes, Patrick, recently, didn't we have some discussion, the state staff, someone from the state board came and spoke to us about the homeless issue not too long ago and asked for the support from the regional board in helping with this effort? There was some not too long ago, maybe I'm imagining, but, well, let me
Yeah.
go to this point. The collaborative effort is, I think, where we are right now, and as Raji mentioned, the funding, what could we do? So, I mean, it's time to push the envelope.
Yeah.
The water quality issue is on us.
Yeah.
But it's also on the counties to work with all the different entities. There's so many different pieces to this homeless issue Water quality is one part, there are other pieces, but how do they work separately if you want to collectively address the issue? So I'm definitely for trying to, whatever we can do from the regional board point of view, to push the envelope, to see where there's a collaborative effort and free up some of those monies to do some of these things. If the funding is there, don't be, pigeonholed into thinking
Absolutely.
one way about it, because it's not going to solve all the problems. And if you work collaboratively, then you're trying to balance it out, so.
Absolutely, and I think the initiative you might be remembering was there was a large discussion on not this past WQCC but the prior WQCC where you had Mayor of San Diego came. There was a number of other folks that spoke, I don't recall the state board quite saying that we know what we're doing just yet, and I'm not sure any one of the water quality agencies knows exactly what the solution is, but we're pushing in a lot of different directions and kind of seeing what works and what doesn't work.
But what I'm seeing is this is probably, when you talk about county boards of supervisors and city, and the major cities, the city councils, this is a political issue that really, a lot of it is around the cost to that particular entity, and basically that's what you've been saying in some of your comments so far. You point out very correctly that our mission is water quality, and we carry out our mission as we rightly should, and make the county or the city as is appropriate own their problem, if you will. Are they going to just willfully put money in the ACL pot, or are they going to spend that money instead?
Exactly.
To solve the problem?
Exactly.
And so I concur with everything that Denise said. I think we have to step up.
Yeah, and I think we have been. I think we're going to do more, and we're going to do more to kind of. You're exactly right. A lot of it is a cost calculation that the counties are doing, and we can put our thumb on the scale in a really big way and say, look, if you don't do anything, it's going to get real expensive real quick, because you're going to be paying penalties to the regional board, you're paying penalties to the state board. So the more we can kind of force that conversation along, I think the better. It's going to get, it's uncomfortable right now. It's going to continue to stay uncomfortable. We've got, and I don't want to misrepresent it. We've got some excellent allies. We've got some excellent counties and local governments and other organizations that are stepping up in a big way. But we want to make sure that their contributions are recognized and that everybody else is also
I say
invited.
let's do it, and let's let them feel good about themselves. My experience is that when we make people step up, within a few years, you see them pinning blue ribbons on themselves for being heroes. But we made them step up, and it's.
I have no
interesting-
problem with that. So the non-DC swamp, the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, we'll take that name back, thank you. It was created to coordinate all surface water quality monitoring done by the state and regional water boards. So this is really where there's a nexus between a lot of our regulatory programs, irrigated lands, non-point source, Delta RMP, to provide monitoring support, manage and share data, and leverage resources.
On that issue, a few years ago, there was a piece of legislation passed focused on attempting to consolidate databases, QA/QC, and those kinds of issues. If we have a lax period, a meeting where we could get an update on water quality, QA/QC, and the efforts the state's making, and then to share databases, because that's a major issue.
Yeah.
I would appreciate that. I've heard complaints about swamp that the QA/QC is pretty lax. I don't know if that's true today or not. Certainly it would be for the older data. But
Yeah. I mean, it's a tug of war, right? And I think that it's one thing to adhere to a really high QA/QC water quality standard, when you're making certain types of decisions. But on the other hand, when you raise the bar really high, all of a sudden you cut out, say, a lot of the tribes, a lot of the community monitoring groups, a lot of the nonprofits, and a lot of the environmental justice folks that are trying to collect meaningful water quality data. So the challenge is kind of balancing those out, where we can have citizen monitoring that might not meet the most robust QA/QC, but that does tell us something useful about the water body, and then have another types of data that we use to make other types of decisions. The challenge is kind of integrating all that. The database management, I think our teams here at the regional board, they work on a shoestring budget to try and do the best they can. Holistically, the state is really, really bad at budgeting for data water quality systems in that, generally speaking, at least it's been my experience, that you get pulses of money coming in. $500,000 to develop a new water quality system or database. But that's not how you do it. And any IT professional will tell you that's not how you do it. You plan for 20 years and you budget for 20 years, and your budget on year 2 and year 3 and year 4 should be almost as high as your budget on year 1, even though your mission is changing, because that database will need to be upgraded, that database will need to be changed, that database will need to be monitored. There's never one that is successful the first go around. And I think what we do is we create something new and shiny, and then we forget about it. And when you forget about it and you keep using it, it becomes harder and harder to integrate it into other water quality systems. And that's where we are right now with a number of our databases. I know the state board is working really hard to try and rectify that, but it's a systemic problem. It's not just in our agency, and I appreciate you kind of bringing it to the attention, because it's a big deal for me. I will point out that Clint has been leading an effort that recently got recognized by the Little Hoover Commission in terms of his efforts to integrate some of the water quality databases, not into necessarily a new database, but into essentially a new, I would call it like a new type of query system that would be able to pull data from multiple databases and interpolate it in such a way that it would have some meaningful results that we could assess cumulative impacts and things like that from. So that's some of the efforts that are underway. But Swamp, these folks work with some archaic reporting systems and do the best they can to kind of make sure that they have meaningful data. Some of the coolest stuff they do, for what it's worth, like we've got a little GIS map of the water quality monitoring stations for the Lower American River. That was largely done in-house. It's something we kind of come up with to pull data out of systems that are not very user-friendly and make it user-friendly and meaningful to the public. So with that, just really quickly, the SWAMP priorities: support Delta monitoring efforts. As I mentioned, Lower American River Recreational Beneficial Use Assessment. This is the eDNA profiling that's going on in the Lower American River to kind of track down the sources. Sacramento Watershed Coordinated Monitoring. Cyanohab monitoring, which you'll learn about in a little bit. We'll have another presentation on that. Also another program that just got a limited amount of funding being proposed, so we hope that that's going to be moving forward. And lastly, as we've been talking about, data management, which is kind of the big issue for anybody involved in this. This involves improving CEDN, which is the California Environmental Data Exchange Network, and that's one of the ones where there's been a lot of discussions about what is appropriate for levels of QA/QC. When we were in Reading in October, the tribes and other environmental justice groups are saying that the data, they're not allowing our data into the system to make decisions about our water bodies, and that has to do, it's wrapped up in the QA/QC conversations and CEDN and what gets in and what gets out. So that a tough issue and no easy solution, but we've got a lot of folks working on that. The admin unit. So their key role in our infrastructure, not only in the day-to-day operations, but also working in the regulatory programs. They do everything from budget projection tracking, contract grant management, procurement, lab services, record keeping, billing, personnel, HR, recruitment, physical distribution of mail and electronic content, vehicle fleet management, data management, and logistics. So they're a undersized unit for the amount of work that they do. They do an incredible amount here. You saw a few of them this morning getting the award for the ADA compliance work that they did. So one of the big challenges is records retention. There will likely be a new statewide records retention policy. Not to tell you too much about what, the dirty laundry that we have, but the bills that we pay for managing stacks of old data in warehouses is something that grates on me every time I see the bill come through. The new records retention policy will help us sift through that type of information that we have in this office, and frankly, give us a rationale for getting rid of those reports on, a gas station cleanup that was done 15 years ago, and there's been no action on it since. And it's the admin unit that's going to be helping to manage some of that paper flow and help get that information out to the technical units that will be implementing the new records retention
Is
policy.
electronic storage included in that?
Absolutely, absolutely. Records. I mean, these days the records they're digital. So we have various levels of deployment of what's called electronic content management. Again, some databases were started without much thought as to what the training requirements are going to be. That's an ongoing debate we have with State Board about how those resources are being deployed. But digital records management is the new frontier, and it's just as easy to clutter up your hard drive with a bunch of meaningless information as it is to clutter up some office space with old
Takes less
paperwork.
space, though.
I know, and that's a good thing and a bad thing, right? I mean, it's easy to kind of just download a gigabyte of useless information, just have it sitting out there waiting for somebody to sue you and dig that up and find that and sue you on it. So that's a big challenge in the years to come. Equipment tracking, I think we've gotten better about tracking the equipment that comes in and goes out. Really, I think Kelly, the new a person in charge of this program has put increased emphasis on making sure that the equipment comes in is duly accounted for and really making that robust. CWIX support, that's something that CWIX is a major water quality database that stores a lot of information from NPDES permits. The state IT unit pulled some resources from the regional board, and so that the burden then falls to our admin unit to make sure that that type of information is still kept here at the regional board, and they've been doing a great job there. And lastly, as you heard about this morning, website accessibility is a major issue for our admin unit, and really developing technical expertise in that area. Moving forward to the special permitting programs, this includes irrigated lands, oil field, Title 27, confined animals, mines, cannabis, and forest activities. Irrigated lands program, as you know, 6 million acres of land regulated under the irrigated lands regulatory program, making it just a huge, expansive program. Big stuff on tap for this upcoming year. Revisions to the general orders to incorporate CV salts, again, a theme that you'll keep seeing. Drinking water monitoring. As you know, the East San Joaquin Water Quality Order that the State Board adopted required additional drinking water monitoring be conducted on irrigated lands parcels. That's something that our unit is working really hard to make sure that they do that and that there are penalties associated with failure to do that. Developing a low-threat alternative to the ILRP framework. That's something that we discussed in October for those types of agricultural activities that don't pose a threat to groundwater. And there are a number of those activities out there, particularly in, say, the upper reaches of our watershed. Not so much in the valley floor, but it's largely areas where we're not worried about nitrate contamination. And so developing an alternative that gives a little lighter touch to those areas is something that the Irrigated Lands program is working on. In terms of the flow of information that they're reviewing, Group Management Practices Evaluation Program, Individual Groundwater Quality Monitoring Management Plans, and the Groundwater Trend Monitoring Plan, all big major deliverables given to us by the coalitions that we're sifting through and analyzing. Surface water protection, working through management plans, and lastly, as is usual, a major compliance and enforcement component with this regulatory program. For the oil field, also big challenges on the horizon. Continue to enroll facilities in the general order. We adopted 3 general orders for a variety of oil field activities. Many of the oil field operators have enrolled in some of those orders, but there's still a few folks that are operating under cleanup and abatement orders that have to make some tough decisions about what they're going to do with their facilities. Managing pond closures, this is kind of a huge step in the right direction. There's many requests coming in from oil field operators to close produced water ponds. There's a lot of them out there that the operators have taken a look at the writing on the wall and said, you know what, there's better ways of disposing of this stuff. And the regulatory requirements have gotten much higher. And we've got a lot of industry partners that are saying, we want to do the right thing. We're going to close a lot of these ponds. And so figuring out how to close these ponds in a way that doesn't create additional water quality impacts is a fairly significant challenge, and is something that Clay's staff is working through. And Dale Harvey, who manages that program area, they're engaged in a lot of conversations on that topic. The food safety panel, we are bringing this thing to a close. So the idea is for this upcoming fiscal year, we will have a white paper containing some recommendations for the regional board. And I'm happy to report that, all of the scientific consensus at the food safety expert panel, which I know, Raji, you've attended a number of the meetings. Carl, you've attended a number of the meetings. The scientific community is saying the water that is being discharged, the produced water that's regulated by the regional board, is no worse than the groundwater that's used to irrigate crops in this area. So we'll have a white paper that, that's probably going to be the tentative conclusion, and we can use that and frankly turn over a lot of the crop regulation back to CDFA and get back to the business of just regulating the water quality side.
There's an important qualifier, though, that this is a very unique site.
Oh, yeah.
And there's still significant work that would have to be done if we're looking at other fields. In fact, every field probably throughout the United States has its own, or throughout the world has its own unique fingerprints as far as the chemical composition of their crude is concerned.
Absolutely. But I think this gives us a useful tool. It's not a universal tool. You can't say this is the case everywhere.
Well, there's an approach here that's been developed. There's a lot of good data that's been developed. Regardless of where you go, some of this data is going to have applicability. Some of the basic information is going to have applicability for transfer. And so I think the template that's been put together is an excellent one.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Patrick, with the white paper that's going to be coming out, is there going to be any public information, if you will, that will go out?
Oh, you bet.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
bet. I mean,
because with all the controversy and why we had to establish this and go through this exercise,
absolutely.
it's important to bring it out so the public is aware that we've gone through the process and these are the findings, so we can squash.
They've been at the meetings.
Okay.
We've had the folks come with their oranges and say that this is what we're concerned about, and I think as you know, the panel contains experts across the ideological spectrum, from such as scientists are. It's fairly narrow because they like their science better than they like politics. But you have folks who have worked as advocates, and they're saying, our conclusion's the same. It's no worse than the other issues, and we can wrap this thing up. I think that there certainly will be advocates that will continue to say, leave it in the ground type of thing. But thankfully, the controversy has shifted away from the irrigation of food crops with this water to back to the core, issue that's way beyond this board's discussion of whether there should be, oil field development or not. That's not an issue that we
And I'm sure
weigh into.
Clay will be happy to put this to bed too. It's been a good part of his life, and I have to thank Clay and his staff for his leadership.
All right, and working through the last component, certainly enforcement and CDOs are a big one for the oil fields program. Underground injection control, we're working a lot with Dogger, or the newly named CalGem, and the challenge there is anytime you're injecting oil field wastewater, anytime you're fracking or doing well stimulation activities, there's a lot of review that needs to happen to make sure that those activities will stay confined to the portions of the aquifer that do not provide a source of drinking water. So Clay has a whole team that works through those reviews, the exemption reviews, PALs, project approval letters that basically involve US EPA review, Dogger review, to make sure that those activities are happening where they're supposed to happen. Moving forward, land disposal program. This regulates landfills, hazardous waste disposal, designated waste disposal, and composting as well falls under the land disposal program. So they are getting Lean Six Sigma. They're going to start working through that process in the upcoming year. Continue to adopt orders and enroll facilities under the compost general order. Conduct inspections according to inspection targets that are going to be approved by the executive management group. Input on the Title 27 regulation, State Board took that on. Might be stalled now. Title 27 is getting a little long in the tooth, and the regulations really need to be updated. I think the State Board might not have the bandwidth to take that on, even though they thought they were doing that. So we've gone through some initial rounds, but it remains to be seen whether that's actually going to be accomplished in fiscal year 2021. And lastly, I think you've heard a little bit about this yesterday from Tam. I'll be prepared to work with State Board and our staff to have a presentation to you in the upcoming months. PFOS and PFOA, these are the forever chemicals that are showing up on the state and regional boards' regulatory radar in a big way these days. It falls to the land disposal program to answer a lot of questions about these chemicals, because a round of orders went out to landfills in particular to help figure out what are the impact of these activities. Forest Activities Program, a huge amount of attention on forest activities, and these range from, I mentioned yesterday that some of the tightest turnaround times are compliance, review, compliance, enforcement of timber management projects. And AB 1492, which is the timber tax. Every time you go to Home Depot and buy some lumber, you're contributing to the timber program. They got a little line item that you'll see that shows up as a mill fee. So that requires review of non-federal timber harvest plans and increased inspections. That's a target of 166 inspections in the upcoming fiscal year, which is a really high number considering how long it takes to get out to those facilities and take a look at what they have going on. Utility corridor vegetation treatment, brand new program. In the wake of the wildfires, we have SB 901 in 2018. Gave some new staffing resources to all three offices, things like helicopter contracts, new personnel, and to manage what the permit that the State Board's developing. Basically, this is for the big power companies to more effectively manage the vegetation around their power distribution networks so that they don't spark wildfires. Of course, there could be huge water quality impacts if not done right. That's why we got the resources to police those type of activities. 1492, again, implementation of 1492 requires a lot of reporting requirements. A statewide online database called Caltrees is initiated in October 2018, and we're just beginning to start to get the project data out of that in a meaningful way. The watershed-based plan for Battle Creek completed in May of 2019, and we're really going to try and finalize a web-based interactive presentation to kind of make sure that we have this watershed-based plan done right and transmitting information in a very meaningful way to decision makers, and basically hopefully hold this up as a model for what can be done with watershed-based planning. Post-fire response, a lot of that falls to the Forest Activities Program. We've conducted inspections on Mendocino Car, Delta, HERS, and campfires, and additional oversight and inspection will be needed into fiscal year 2021. And lastly, see there, federal non-point source permit, which we're developing with Region 6. We're planning on getting that deployed in the upcoming months, or at least starting to have some meetings with the public about how we're developing that permit. And lastly, the Forest Management Task Force and Regulations Work Group that is working through the variety of new requirements that the federal forest managers and state forest managers and private land forest managers have to meet. Moving to confined animals, again, this is about 1,200 dairies, 300 bovine feedlots, and about 200 poultry facilities, and then some dairies with anaerobic digesters. Up on the agenda, revise the 2013 Dairy General Order. Again, that's a big one on the to-do list to kind of keep the best management practices moving forward. Compliance and enforcement is a big one. And then working with CDFA. They've got a new round of grant funding for dairy digesters, primarily in the Central Valley. We're going to be working with CDFA to make sure that those digesters are funding the right type of projects that are adequately protective of water quality. Going into the mines program, mines is another one that kind of draws upon resources in a bunch of different areas. We regulate 105 mine sites with known or potential water quality impacts, and that, of course, is a subset of the 47,000 abandoned mine features with physical and environmental hazards that the Department of Conservation has identified. We draw some funds from Title 27, NPDS, WDR, site cleanup, basin planning, and non-point source programs to try and fund this program and to do the work that needs to be done in this area. So for fiscal year 2021, Regional Board has developed an abandoned mines site charter and strategy that will continue preparing that for the conceptual management plan for abandoned mine discharges, basically a roadmap of what to do with these type of mines that are causing or contributing to water quality impacts. We are going to continue to update a water quality threat prioritization scheme. So we've ranked the Water Board's mine sites using an updated water quality threat prioritization scheme, and going to use these revised rankings to ensure that available resources go where they need to go. Reviewing financial assurances is also a big deal for the mine waste management units that have a responsible party. Those financial assurance mechanisms basically are in place to ensure that in case things go south, the Regional Board has an adequate source of funds that they can tap into and either get contracts or do the work to make sure that those sites don't pose a threat to water quality. Going into final ones, we've got a Central Valley Mines tracking list. And so there's 4 sites expected on this list that have a unknown status still. Those are mines that we need to identify the current property owner, obtain access, conduct an inspection, characterize the water quality, and assess the potential water quality threat. So these are kind of the big mines that we're concerned about. We run through a process of making sure that we know what's going on at those mines for that tracking list. And lastly, the big challenge with the mine units is really doing the potentially responsible party search, finding out who owned that mine 70 years ago, whether there's a surviving corporation, whether there's an owner that exists today that can help fund the remediation of those mine sites. Moving forward to the Cannabis Program, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussions about the Cannabis Program in the months and years to come. The big ones that we're going to be doing, enrollment enforcement. continue to implement and prioritize enrollment enforcement efforts. We've got a permit out there. If you're growing in a county, that allows it to be permitted. And if you're not under a permit, the regional board wants to talk to you, and it's not going to be a pleasant conversation. And so that's one of the areas that we're focusing a lot of our attention. Continuing to expand the program south, so and that is also linked with local enforcement case development. So we're working with law enforcement agencies in counties where they have a ban in effect to make sure that those law enforcement, when they do eradication efforts, when they do enforcement efforts, have a resource in the regional board so that we can go in there and evaluate water quality impacts. We can evaluate things like illegal discharges, illegal capture of water and diversions and things like that. It's tough. I think very often the law enforcement has basically been telling us we got this handled. We see the case through, open and shut. We're concerned with the criminal aspects of it. There is some additional criminal enhancements that have come around recently, augmentation to the law that helps out some criminal prosecutions for illegal grows, and that is requires the regional board to be present, and requires the regional board or Fish and Wildlife to make some findings to help out, enhance those enforcement cases. So those are some of the dialogue that we have in discussions with particularly the counties down south that want to take a more affirmative action towards addressing really the growers that have no interest in complying with the regional board's regulations.
Patrick, and I just want to comment that I'm glad that there is the effort to expand into the south. I
Absolutely.
spoke about it several times last year, so this is progress.
Yeah, we're working on it. We've got a lot of dialogue going that didn't used to be there, and thankfully I think some of the new legislation helps kick off some of those conversations. Enforcement and cleanup, compliance and enforcement. Well, is Carrie here? There we go. Come on. So I want to introduce you. I think many of you met her yesterday evening. This is one of the largest and most complex programs at the board. I am very pleased to announce to the board that Carrie Holmes has recently been selected as the new program manager. We brought her over from the NPDS unit. She has spent some time in compliance and enforcement in the past. I'm really happy to make this announcement. So we've got a new program manager here, and that is with Kim's departure to Cal Recycle. We needed new leadership in this area, and Carrie will be the new leader. So she will also be providing the enforcement update, the annual enforcement update to you guys, and we're already scheming and figuring out how that presentation is going to be. But there's a lot of data that she's going to be downloading and working on in the months and years to come.
Once again, as I did last night, welcome aboard, Carrie, and I've heard a lot of good things about you. Of course, then we expect you to stand 20 feet tall and carry a big stick, but yeah.
Yeah, if you want to say anything. You can say,
I guess there's a high bar, but I think I'm ready to fill it. Just a little bit about myself. I've been with the water boards for over 15 years. I started as a student intern with Office of Statewide Initiatives. And then I worked for DFA for a number of years, and I've been in this office doing NPDS permitting, some stormwater enforcement as well for the past about 9 years. So.
Wonderful. So, and that's one of the things I heard. You had a very strong background, not just in one particular area, but across a number of the activities of the board.
Yeah. Thanks so much. And I want Carrie to be here because these priorities were developed before she came aboard. I think we're going to have some additional conversation about what her thoughts are on these priorities. But certainly ensure compliance with CV salt is going to be one of them. But in terms of the other kind of enforcement initiatives that are going to be done over the upcoming year, we'll have some conversations about where those resources are going to be allocated.
And I think as you've inferred to me, just simply to warn board members, if you will, and that as with the Irrigated Lands Program, we had a series of enforcement meetings because folks are reluctant to get on board. And so that may well happen here, that we'll find that we'll have meetings in Bakersfield, Fresno, wherever to. Reading doesn't have any problems up there. Clint has them so locked in line, it's unbelievable. But no, maybe Reading. And so we see a lot of work down the road as we begin implementing CV salts.
Yeah. And I've been talking with Yvonne West, who's the director of the Office of Enforcement, a little bit with Eileen, a little bit with some of the folks here at the regional board, including the AEOs, including Clint, including Clay, about how to make an administrative civil liability case more streamlined, particularly for those dischargers that are collectively creating a big problem for the water quality, but individually it's not a huge problem. You know, the death by 1,000 cuts problem is really some of the toughest things that we wrestle with because, you know, we've got a sledgehammer at the board. We can gear up and we can prosecute $1 million ACL. It'll cost, you know, tens if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of staff time. It'll cost a lot of your guys' time, investment in hearing. But what do you do about the $5,000 violation? What do you do about the little guy who, you know, is thumbing his nose at the board, has a couple acres, and there's 5,000 of them? We don't have enough days in a calendar year if we held ACL hearings all day to get that done. So what are ways of streamlining it? What are ways of kind of coming up with solutions in those areas? We've been brainstorming. I think we're going to bring some proposals to you, perhaps not as early as February, but into the spring, as to how we can do some processes. Some of them may involve delegating a work group of the regional board to work with me and do some hearings that aren't full-blown hearings in front of the board, but are hearings in front of the administrator or in front of the executive officer with a couple board members providing input, and that would be the entire process. It wouldn't be a full-blown hearing here, but we'd be able to issue a number of those small value ACLs that are very meaningful, certainly, to somebody doing a relatively minor activity that's causing water quality impact. But stay tuned for that. That's something that we're brainstorming on, and I think will be an essential element of CV salts.
And Patrick, so now if you issue an ACL to a small problem generator, what is their recourse to? Can they request a hearing in front of the board? And
Yeah.
That's what drags down the process.
That's some of the tough decisions. I mean, the ACL process is really set up. You know, the big assumptions are one, that you're not judgment proof. You know, I think that the cannabis cases show us sometimes when you've got no assets, they don't care. You know, you go into it and you say, go ahead and hit me with a $60,000 ACL. I'm a shadow corporation. I live in Florida. You know, you're not going to collect anything from me. They also presume that you're going to have an ongoing relationship with the state, and they also assume that you know, you're going to avail yourself of the full menu of procedural safeguards. So full-blown trial in front of the regional board. But there are other ways of kind of addressing compliance that kind of get to those. Look, we're going to issue $5,000. It's going to hurt you. You're going to have a decision to make whether you want to continue in business or not. And we can issue those in a more streamlined manner. That's really the challenge. I won't say parking ticket, but more of, you know, like a building code violation type of, you got something serious here, but you don't need a 5-hour hearing in front of the board to figure out whether you're right or wrong. Moving forward, these last couple, site cleanup program regulates and oversees the investigation and cleanup of contaminated sites. So there's a number of things. There's a number of areas in which the site cleanup program operates. 123 TCP, we've got some excellent staff that have been working on database and GIS tools to develop TCP maps that can be used to identify previously unidentified sources of TCP contamination and to get a better idea of the non-point source impacts on groundwater in the Central Valley. Other GIS tools that sync up with the GAMMA database, groundwater ambient monitoring database, and other GIS tools to kind of identify problem areas. Continuing issues related to hexavalent chromium and per and chlorofluoral alkyl chemicals, PFCs, are something that is very big on the radar of the site cleanup program. We are also working with, thankfully, SCAP, the site cleanup sub-account program that offers, it's a large financial resource to true orphan sites, sites that don't have any other funds coming in, often brownfield sites in the heart of disadvantaged communities that need some resources to do some cleanup. That is a new source of funding that comes with strings attached, but site cleanup program is working to kind of prioritize those sites. A lot of community engagement involved in getting those things up and running and the funds allocated in the right direction. For what it's worth, one of the best tools that SCAP gives us is because there's that funding out there, and because that funding, the main requirement is that nobody has any money involved in the site. Nobody has any money to pay for it. We can go into meetings with dischargers that own abandoned sites, and they've been telling us for years, we don't have any money to clean it up. And so we say, hey, we've got a source of funds for you. Put your tax documents on the table. Show us you got no money, and we'll get. And all of a sudden, some of them seem to find some money all of a sudden. And so we're moving some cleanups forward in that direction because that threat is out there. If you really don't have any money, you show us and we'll give you money. And lo and behold, some folks are like, oh, on the other hand, we got some funds going in that direction. So that actually is a benefit that we didn't fully appreciate when SCAP was adopted, and is actually a fairly useful tool in some of our site cleanup negotiations.
If you participate in these programs long enough, you ought to get a PhD in sociology.
I can't dispute it.
Your human behavior is
You see all types in the site cleanup sub account and in site cleanup. You get the full spectrum there. And lastly, the big sites, the Aerojet Rocketdyne, former McClellan, Sacramento Rail Yard, number of brownfield projects. Keeping those moving forward is a big task for the site cleanup program. Last but not least, underground storage tank programs. This is funded by a 2 cent per gallon storage fee levied every time you go to the pump. There's a small fee associated with storing that gasoline in that underground storage tank, and those funds fund the cleanup when those things inevitably leak. The big thing with the UST program, because there is a source of funding there, is to really make sure that we're reviewing every possible case for closure. That's become a big focus because there are, we found some consultants that are really in a hurry to get the initial work done. And then when they know that there's still an additional $500,000, lo and behold, they figure out a way to do another $500,000 worth of monitoring at that site. So we're fairly aggressive in protecting that UST fund by looking at those sites and really taking a hard look and seeing, can we really wrap this thing up? Can you do one pulse of monitoring? Finalize your site's conceptual model, make sure that there are no wastes that pose a threat to water quality, and do that last evaluation, and then we'll close out the case, close out the account, and move on to another case.
In fact, there was one consultant that ran into very substantial legal problems.
Oh yeah. There's a number that have criminal charges because they not only did they stretch it out, but they didn't actually do the monitoring. So there's been some fraudulent billing that has been discovered in years past, and that is stealing from the state, and you go to jail for that. And there have been some criminal prosecutions in that area.
Well, and Patrick, I notice every time we have a meeting, you have a lot of sites that were closed, and the low threat closure policy.
Absolutely,
it's been effective. So
yeah,
you can see a lot of progress being made.
Absolutely, and it's we don't close sites lightly too. A lot of what the UST unit does. is engage in that back and forth with folks who do want to clean. Again, it's usually about a $1.5 million ceiling on the funds, and if you've hit $1.5 million, there's a huge incentive for you to close the case, right? But sometimes you need a little bit more work. And so it's often the UST unit that is pushing you to do that last bit of work, that last bit of well destruction, make sure that site is buttoned up, and you are doing that on your own dime in many cases. And so there's a lot of that analysis that goes into that case management. Some other stuff, and again, I think this speaks in part to the sociology aspect of it. Maintaining regular contact with the responsible parties is vital for the UST unit. And this means that if there's somebody willing to do the work, or somebody popping up and saying that, okay, we acknowledge our responsibility for the site, we cannot let the phones grow cold on our end. We have to continue to communicate with them. We have to continue to remind them of their responsibility. And when they turn in a work plan, we have to turn that work plan back around. Even if it's deficient, we have to let them know it's deficient very, very quickly. So again, it's the strike while the iron's hot type of thing with the UST program. So they've been tracking that very well within the UST program and doing a fairly good job of prioritizing case management and making sure that they are providing that prompt response. And that's all 20, believe it or not. So where to next? We are going to implement CV salts. I mean, that's the big one. That is probably the biggest thing that will involve reallocation of resources internally to make sure that we have the capacity. It will involve a lot of discussions with the Division of Drinking Water, making sure that we are pushing entities in the right direction, and that we are operating consistently with the SB 200 funding to make sure that the drinking water solutions are long-term solution, not just Band-Aids. In terms of the management, I am continuing to work for improvements in workplace efficiency. And the way that kind of manifests it to the regional board is a lot of tough discussions about prioritization and a lot of tough discussions about, well, what's the project that is going to come off your plate if you have a new project coming on your plate? Because I think we have the tendency, I know I have the tendency to accept everything that comes my way and say, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it. But you can't. I mean, we operate in a realm of limited resources, and it's really challenging to work with the program managers and say, this is what the board's priorities are, this is what we're going to execute this year, and this is what needs to go on the back burner.
So you've been talking how long about the program today to us? And you have just been hitting the high points, moving on very quickly. If we would have a full-fledged discussion, we'll be here till the next board meeting at least. I am just completely, you get overwhelmed when you go through this and see the work that staff is doing, and the fact they keep the ball moving is really to their great credit.
Yeah. Well, if you want to have a discussion about any of these priorities, feel free to give me a call, and we can talk through it. I mean, the core of what I do, to be honest, is not technical review, is not legal review. It's this. It's trying to prioritize these projects and work with executive management to articulate your priorities and get them done. That's at least that's how I envision this role in this organization. It's not always the funnest role, but this is what it takes to get the job done.
Keeping the train on the track, and if you don't do that, then you've got some real problems.
Absolutely. You know, but this is essentially what myself and the senior management here at the regional board. I'm grateful that I was able to step into a fairly developed portfolio management process and not have to create it from ground zero. And this is a fairly effective tool at kind of managing the workload across 20 different program areas. I keep nudging State Board to do the same because I think that would actually get a lot more done out there. And lastly, I think strategic planning. You know, it's an initiative that we're going to be working towards a fall of next year goal of getting a strategic plan out there. And I think that strategic plan will help us develop those annual work plans in a consistent way for the next 5 to 7 years. So that's my goal out of this next year. And with that, questions, suggestions, etc.
Yeah, find a way to develop more revenue for the board. No, I
wish.
think great job, and thank you for a very, very thorough discussion. I think
Excellent.
it's, gosh almighty, I was thinking a few minutes ago that we really needed this session to be televised because we're going to be getting a couple of new board members, and they really need to see that whole thing. again. Of
I'll
course,
sit down with that.
they may resign once they see it.
Yeah.
No one really understands how complex or I should say, few people understand how complex and large the programs are that this board administers. And by the way, I'd like to have a copy of your PowerPoint.
Certainly.
And Patrick, I just add to that, I mean, you guys are doing such impressive work. You should all be proud, your whole staff.
Yeah.
And, you know, looking at your prioritization scheme, I mean, you've got a lot of mature programs that are on the rails pretty much. I
Yeah,
mean, there's
yeah.
constant challenges and they need attention. But CV Salt is going to be a big one, obviously. That transcends a lot of programs. And I think the other one we've talked about a lot is cannabis.
Yep.
It seems to me that that program statewide is kind of a failure right now.
Yep.
And I think we're going to have to figure out what our role is in
Oh,
making
absolutely.
that a more effective
Absolutely.
program.
I reluctantly kind of have to agree with you. I think our staff has been phenomenal. You know, it's just the integration and the clear vision for what that program. I think that's lacking, and hopefully the state will find it. I know there's leaders that have that vision, but we have to figure out how to cement that and execute that in the next few years.
Yeah, Patrick, it is commendable. I remember when I got on the board, I think we were like at 16 programs, and you said
Yeah.
Years old, yes, I remember.
now we're at 20. But what I see is we have quality staff. They're cross-trained in many areas, and they're able to step in and take on tasks and do a remarkable job. So while we're here to do the part that we do to make the decisions, it's just commendable that where we have those changes, where we have the added programs, we still have a competent, outstanding staff to take on the task and get it done. And I'm proud of all the work that this board does, and we're looking forward to the next effort.
Well, this board is the people, right? You know, this board is the staff that make it tick, and it's why we all keep coming to work. It's a great group of people. I would say, you know, because this is an agenda item, I don't know if there's anybody in the public that wants to comment on it, but we'll take comments on the priorities if there are any.
Great. Anybody want to come up to the microphone and discuss the comment, the program described by Patrick, our priorities? Nobody.
I would like a copy of that PowerPoint, though, Patrick. I'd like to redigest that.
I will send it right around right now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good.
And Tam said she wanted it too, so
We will.
this is being broadcast.
We will take a brief break until 20 till, and then we'll move on to item 16.
At the Hab.
Yes. We have a couple developments. Someone came for public forum. She's going to go ask Carl what he wants to do.
Okay. Oh, it's just on the blank. Yeah, just click one more time.
How long is your presentation going to be? Okay.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Very good. Um,
Sorry,
So-
Mr. Chair.
So this is a information item on
Dr.
harmful-
Longley.
Yes.
We had said we'd do the public forum.
Oh, thank you. Y'all getting all ready to go. Yeah, I'm that fire horse. I'm sorry. Yes, and I was just telling folks up here about it, and then I do that. We're going to go back to the public forum, and I have a card from David Anderson, who wishes to speak on a topic of near and dear to his heart.
Is that good? Yep. Good morning, and thank you for hearing me. My name is David Anderson, and I want to speak just very briefly on the Mule Creek issue. The report was, the Phase 2 report from CDCR was issued in October, and the newspaper published a story about it in early November. And in response to that article, the publisher asked me to write a letter to the editor, and it seems appropriate. Perhaps I should share it with you. As it goes like this. CDCR has issued their Phase 2 report on the reported illicit discharges at Mule Creek some 22 months after the complaint was first made with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. That's disturbing by itself, but it gets better. The Phase 2 report is 16,841 pages of sampling and testing that concludes the problem is fundamentally bird waste. Who's kidding who? Let me briefly review why that assertion is absurd. I was a supervisor for the company that had contracted to extend the storm drain culverts in the area of the moat, an open ditch that ran the exterior western half of the prison at the lethal electric fence that drained most of the facility's stormwater. I was told that the premise for eliminating the moat was to eliminate birds and small animals from being attracted to the standing water in the moat, frolicking in it, and then flying into the electric fence. I thought the concept was admirable. However, from the first day on the project in July 2017, water was pouring out of all the storm drain culverts. It wasn't supposed to have any discharge at that time of the year. I asked at every opportunity to have the water shut off, but all I got were excuses, blank looks, and shrugs. What should have been a few weeks became months. And during this time, we experienced what looked like soap, discolored water, hot water, and worse. I was constantly reassured there was nothing to worry about. By November 2017, I had an epiphany. No birds. Lots of no birds. In fact, we only saw one dead bird, and it wasn't on the fence, but in the moat. Ever had a girlfriend that would hang out with her handsome athletic cousin, and then one day your friend advises you she doesn't have a cousin? That's the feeling. We were unwitting conspirators helping to hide some of the most disgusting and vile discharge anywhere. I called the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and even they were shocked by their findings. And today, 22 months later, the discharges continue unabated in defiance of the Regional Water Quality Control Board order issued on February 14th, 2017. Let me be the first to affix the moniker to CDCR's Chief Environmental and Regulatory Compliance Section, Gregor Larrabee, the person most promoting the bird waste theory, as the Birdman of Mule Creek. CDCR produced a report that is 16,841 pages, blames all of the fecal coliform and E. coli contamination on bird waste, and yet does no bird studies. They did nothing explaining the number or size of these mystery birds. I doubt Foster Farms or Tyson Foods has anything on Mule Creek. And the best of all, CDCR will report on their genetic studies of the waste stream in the fall of 2020. Good thing it's not an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Yesterday, we covered much the same material, and the executive officer stated that, in fact, we have that report, and that report's under review, and if you can add to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no, as I said yesterday, we went into this, to be frank, with a great deal of skepticism as to the explanation that there was no cross connections beneath the Mule Creek system. But sure enough, that was proved to be the case through the extensive camera work that they recently did. The eDNA study is similarly drawing the conclusion that there is not a human waste facility, and that the discharges from beneath the facility are not human raw sewage, as has been alleged. We want to do another round of wet weather sampling. The Southern California Coastal Research Project, or SQUIRP, is really some of the most preeminent scientists in this field. They have worked with CDCR. CDCR has spent a large amount of money retraining their staff to do better sampling protocols, and that's the result. I mean, I can't. I really want to express that we went into this thinking that this was uglier than it was, but we got to go where the science leads, and that's where the science is going with respect to the sampling that's been conducted out at CDCR. It is now regulated under the small MS4 system, so they are subject to requirements that require them to reduce non-stormwater discharges to the maximum extent practicable. We find that they are doing that, and they're doing an adequate job of investigating thus far. We will certainly analyze the report and analyze the subsequent eDNA study when it comes in about a year with a very critical eye. And we are currently, I'm not at liberty to discuss the details, but currently in the midst of settlement negotiations for the past violations at that facility. So we will be bringing up to speed on what has transpired. Certainly when we finally hammer out the details of the settlement, you'll be notified of that. And when the results of the next round of wet weather sampling are fully analyzed and digested, we'll give a presentation to you on that as well.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move to agenda item 16, the information item on harmful algal blooms. This time, the board will hear an update on harmful algal blooms and staff response efforts. This is an information item only, and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. After the staff presentation, tribal representatives will provide a 15-minute presentation to the board. Interested persons will then be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. We will now hear the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Christine Job, and I'm the Harmful Algal Bloom Technical Lead for the Central Valley Water Board. I'm joined today by my supervisor, Jennifer LeBay, who is the manager of the Non-Point Source Program. She's the second to my left. And Dr. Meredith Howard, who is the program manager for the planning section, and she's to my immediate left. Today's presentation is an update and discussion on harmful algal blooms. The presentation will be given by myself and Dr. Meredith Howard, who is also an academic expert in harmful algal blooms. Following our presentation and any discussion with the board, there will be two additional speakers. Sarah Ryan, who is the Deputy Tribal Administrator and Environmental Director for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians, and she's the second to the end. And then we have Susan Fricky, who is the Water Quality Manager for the Karuk Tribe, and she's on the far end. I'd also like the board to know that we also have representatives from the State Water Board for the Swamp Program, Allie Dunn, and then also both co-leads for the Freshwater and Estuarine Harmful Algal Bloom Program that is done by Keith Bomo-Gregson and Marissa Van Dyke, and they're in the audience. Our presentation today is going to discuss several topics. For my portion, I'm going to provide a brief background on what are cyanobacteria and harmful algal blooms. These are otherwise referred to as cyanohabs or habs. What are the impacts from the blooms and why we're concerned about them? And also, what are the environmental factors that are contributing to the blooms? Dr. Meredith Howard will then discuss the State Water Board's Harmful Algal Bloom Program, the current actions that are being taken by the Water Board to address these blooms, and the challenges that we face with managing them and our next steps to address those challenges. So the Harmful Algal Bloom Program is mainly focused on responding to blooms of cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria, formerly called blue-green algae, are a type of microscopic bacteria that have been living on the planet for 3 to 3.5 billion years. These bacteria are well adapted to surviving in many types of habitats and are a natural part of our freshwater and marine environments. They're also an important component of the aquatic food chain. Cyanobacteria are mostly unicellular, but some species form colonies and filaments, and not all of them are harmful, but some can produce potent toxins. Cyanobacteria function very similarly to algae in plants in that they require sunlight for photosynthesis and nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus for growth. Under certain conditions, cyanobacteria will multiply rapidly and accumulate many cells. This large and rapid accumulation of cells is what's known as a bloom. These blooms, if large enough, can form visible colonies in the water, which is shown in the large photo to the right of the screen, and cause several significant water quality problems. Many types of algae and cyanobacteria are harmless, but some can have significant harmful impacts on humans, animals, and the ecosystem. Any algae or cyanobacteria bloom that produces toxins or causes other harmful effects are generally referred to as harmful algal blooms or HABs. However, harmful algal blooms specifically composed of cyanobacteria are sometimes also referenced as cyanohabs, blue-green algae, or toxic algae. So where do cyanobacteria live? Well, they pretty much live almost everywhere. Cyanobacteria are ubiquitous and have adapted over the billions of years to live in all types of environments on Earth. They live in our freshwater and marine environments. They also live in terrestrial soils, such as desert crusts, and they also live in some of the coldest places on Earth, such as Antarctic and Arctic. In California, we find cyanobacteria living in all of our freshwater and estuarine habitats, such as our streams and rivers, our lakes and reservoirs, and our estuaries. Cyanobacteria blooms are being observed growing in different habitats under various environmental conditions, such as our eutrophic or nutrient-rich waters, and also in our oligotrophic or nutrient-poor waters. We also see them blooming in our low elevation lakes as well as blooming in our high elevation lakes. Some of the common taxa of cyanobacteria that occur in California and also here in the Central Valley include Microcystis, Dolichospermum, Aphanizomenon, Anabaena, and Formidium. These all can produce harmful cyanotoxins such as microcystin, anatoxin A, cylindrospermopsin, and saxitoxin, which we are detecting in our region's waters. So cyanobacteria occur in two different forms, what we call planktonic and benthic. Planktonic cyanobacteria live in the water column, and they can form blooms at the surface or just below the surface. Planktonic blooms are the more commonly observed type of cyanobacteria blooms, as they discolor the water and they form these dense scums and mats of accumulated cells on the surface. Because of the different kinds of pigments in the cells, these blooms can appear as blue-green, green, white, brown, yellow, or red in color. Benthic cyanobacteria grow in mats, and they live along the bottom of a water body, either on the rocks or on the fine sediment or mud. They can also grow attached to rooted aquatic plants or attached to other green algae, forming what we call mixed assemblages. Some species, such as Anabaena, form spires, which are shown in the lower left photo on the screen. During photosynthesis, oxygen that gets produced gets trapped in the mats. The mats then rise and float above the bottom. The mats are then easily detached where they rise to the surface and are carried downstream by wind or water flow. Detached mats can get stranded along the shorelines where they pose a high risk to children, pets, livestock, and wildlife. There are three pathways that expose people to cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. These are skin contact, ingestion, which includes both incidental ingestion and willful ingestion, and inhalation. These exposure pathways occur through various activities, such as water contact recreation during boating, swimming, and fishing. Also consuming fish and shellfish that have bioaccumulated the toxins, ingesting drinking water that may contain the toxins, and inhalation of aerosolized toxins from blooms and dried mats. Water contact recreation utilizes all three of these pathways of exposing people to the cyanobacteria cells and their associated toxins, and it represents the biggest risk to human health. This is the reason why the water boards have taken the lead in responding to blooms of cyanobacteria that are occurring in our recreational waters. The health risks associated with the other activities I mentioned, such as consuming contaminated fish and shellfish, and inhalation of aerosolized toxins, they're also important, but they're far less understood, which is why they need further study. The cyanotoxins produced by cyanobacteria can have serious health effects on people and animals. The toxins affect the skin, liver, kidneys, and nervous system, and they can cause various health effects, such as rashes and itching, gastrointestinal upset, such as vomiting and diarrhea, seizures, paralysis, and in some cases, they can cause death, which have mainly been affecting our dogs, livestock, and wildlife. There can be several significant and negative impacts that are caused by these cyanohabs, which can be of great concern to us. Cyanohabs cause aesthetic problems as they tend to be unsightly and very smelly. They can create taste and odor compounds in drinking water that imparts an unpleasant, earthy, and musty taste and odor. Cyanohabs can disrupt the ecosystem services, such as blocking sunlight into the water column, causing low dissolved oxygen that can result in fish kills. The toxins produced by the cyanohabs can bioaccumulate in the fish and shellfish, which can then poison people and animals that consume them. A good example of this impact is the poisoning of the California sea otters in Monterey Bay. The freshwater cyanotoxin called microcystin is produced in an upstream freshwater lake and transported downstream into the marine environment, where it accumulates in the tissues of oysters, mussels, clams, and crabs that the sea otters are eating. Sea otters that were consuming these contaminated shellfish were found either dead or dying along the shore of Monterey Bay with evidence of acute liver failure. Cyanotoxins produced by the cyanohabs can have significant health effects on people and animals and were the cause of several dog deaths across the nation, including here in California. Cyanotoxins affect the beneficial uses of our surface waters. They limit or prohibit our recreational water activities. They impact treatment operations and drinking water systems. And they limit or prohibit our California Native American tribes from using their ancestral waters for tribal and cultural uses. So all of these impacts, they contribute to a significant socioeconomic cost to the local and regional communities. Another concern we have about the increasing prevalence of cyanohabs in our regional waters is the downstream transport of the cyanobacteria cells and their associated toxins. Studies have shown that cyanobacterial cells and toxins can survive release from these upstream reservoirs and be transported downstream to our coastal and marine environments. This transport can result in significant impacts to the downstream receiving waters. Examples of this process and impact include the California sea otters in Monterey, which I just mentioned, and also the blooms that occur in the Klamath reservoirs along the California and Oregon border, where cells and toxins from these upstream reservoirs get transported more than 180 miles downriver. Also, since blooms are occurring more often and they're lasting longer throughout the year, we are detecting cyanotoxins year-round in some of these downstream environments. But what's still an unknown for us is what kind of long-term effect these persistent and perhaps low levels of toxins are having on our aquatic life. So from our own experience here in California and elsewhere around the world, we know that cyanohabs are expanding into new locations. They're increasing in their frequency, in their duration, and their severity. So what factors are contributing to these bloom events? We know that there's physical, chemical, and biological drivers that are promoting these blooms. These drivers can include nutrient over-enrichment of nitrogen and phosphorus that come from our agricultural, industrial, residential, and urban sources. We have increasing levels of light and solar radiation. We have high levels of dissolved organic matter that is contributing more nutrients within the water column. Long residence times and low flows, along with persistent stratification, create stable water conditions that reduce water column mixing. Loss of competing algae through decay or grazing, high internal recycling of nitrogen and phosphorus within the water body, and finally, increasing water temperatures. Warm waters favor cyanobacteria because their growth rates peak at these higher water temperatures. And then we have climate change and changing precipitation patterns, such as stronger storm events followed by periods of drought, which are also drivers of HABs. So management of these cyanohabs, it can be very challenging and difficult. Recommending effective mitigation and management strategies to address the root causes of the blooms requires an extensive understanding of all of the drivers and their interactions in the physical and chemical environment and also the biological community. One of the challenges with mitigating cyanohabs is that we cannot apply a one-size-fits-all approach, meaning that one management approach that we take and evaluate at one water body may not be suitable or transferable as a management approach taken in another water body. Instead, each water body needs to be evaluated individually, which can be very time-consuming and costly. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'm now going to turn it over to Dr. Meredith Howard.
Great. So thanks, Christine. I'm going to switch gears now and talk about what the water boards have been doing to address cyanohabs. So the water boards really started to engage in and address cyanohabs back in 2005 in response to very high levels of cyanotoxins that had been detected in the Klamath River reservoirs. And by 2006, there was a blue-green algae work group that was established really to bring together different parties that were interested partially in the Klamath River reservoirs, but then ultimately that group kind of expanded and basically became a statewide work group over time. And so one of their first kind of work products that they developed was a voluntary guidance document. And so that group identified that there was a need to have some kind of state guidance on what water body managers should do during bloom events. You know, how do you communicate with the public? How do you start monitoring and reporting these things? And so that voluntary guidance document has been updated and revised many times since 2006. It still exists in a pretty different form than back in 2006, but it's gotten kind of larger and longer. And it's considered voluntary because there's really no regulatory standards or mandates. So it's basically voluntary recommendations that the state makes to water body managers. So from about 2007 to 2009, the state held a lot of training workshops for staff and other interested parties, and funded a number of CyanoHab projects to really try and get a handle on, you know, our level of knowledge as to what's happening with some of these HABs in our water bodies in California. And then by 2012, we held the first ever statewide cyanotoxin workshop, and this was a 2-day workshop. Day 1 was open to the public and any interested parties, and we brought in a number of national experts that basically gave presentations on the state of the science. And then day 2 was actually an invitation-only day where we had a science panel and invited a number of local and state agencies, federal agencies, and, you know, other engaged parties in cyanotoxins. And so that workshop really had several recommendations and outcomes. 2 key recommendations that came out of that workshop was, one, what we really need to do if we want to address HABs in California is we need a long-term strategic plan. And at that point in time, we didn't have one. And then the other point that came out of that is that we really we had this kind of informal blue-green algae work group of folks that were getting together on a regular basis, but we really needed to formalize that group and kind of transition it into more of a formal network that would include multiple state agencies and additional interested parties from the stakeholder community. So what we did was we formalized it, we renamed it, and we called it this California Cyanobacteria Harmful Algal Bloom Network, which is a mouthful, so we refer to it as CCHABs. And so CCHABs is really, you're going to hear several of us talk about CCHABs today. Susan Fricke and I, who's on the end there, we were some of the founding members of CCHABs. We were co-chairs of CCHABs in the beginning, and we have since then turned the reins over to Sarah Ryan, and she is one of the current co-chairs of CCHABs. So you're probably going to hear a lot about CCHABs today. And so, you know, kind of at the end of that workshop and hearing all these recommendations that had been developed, there was a group of us, kind of a core group of us between the regional water boards and the state water board and myself, that immediately started to develop a long-term strategic plan for addressing cyanoHABs in the state. And so by 2015, we had that strategy put together. Also in 2015, EPA released drinking water health advisories, and I'm going to come back to that later in my talk. But I really wanted to just very briefly go through the HAB strategy that we have developed, because a lot of the work that we've been focused on for the last 4 years have really come out of this strategy, and where we're moving to in the future is really kind of, the strategy just provides this roadmap of where we're going. So we titled it the Assessment and Support Strategy. There's 3 main components to it. The first is HAB event response. Second is monitoring, and the third is risk assessment. The HAB event response component has 2 pieces to it. One is the immediate component. So what do you do when you're in the middle of a bloom? How do you respond to that bloom? What do you do? How do you interact with the public? And then the second piece is more of a long-term response to HAB events. So what are we doing in the long term? How are we going to manage them? How are we going to monitor them? How are we going to develop mitigation strategies? And so when we went to implement this strategy, we very quickly realized that we did not have a lot of the infrastructure that we were going to need to implement it. So we developed a number of infrastructure components, And so for the last few years, what we've done is really focus on building the infrastructure we need and implementing that piece. And then also the other big need that we've been focused on the last few years is the immediate HAB event response piece, because water board staff felt that was the most pressing need because we really couldn't implement the whole strategy all at once. So we picked off these kind of two pieces to start with. So where we have chosen to house a lot of that infrastructure development, which is really things like a centralized website, a HAB reporting system, guidance documents on what to do during a bloom, how do you collect a sample, where do you send that sample, and just also a number of fact sheets and public outreach documents that have been developed. We needed a kind of a one-stop centralized shop of where to house all of this information and all of these tools. And so what we did was we basically have housed it now under the Water Quality Monitoring Council's website. And so the California Water Quality Monitoring Council was established through an MOU between the California EPA and the Natural Resources Agency, mainly to integrate and coordinate water quality and related monitoring, assessment, and reporting. The Monitoring Council offers recommendations on monitoring. They are not an advisory-only group. They're not a regulatory group. But it kind of made sense to house all of this under the Water Quality Monitoring Council portal. The CCHABS network was then also is now also considered a work group of the Water Quality Monitoring Council. And you can see down there I have kind of the website. And this is kind of the front page of the HAB portal. And you can see there's a toolbox and there's resources. And the resources list is really, really long at this time. So going back to our timeline, in 2016, we had developed this HAB reporting system, and that was one of the infrastructure components that we needed that came out of the strategy. So that went live in 2016. We also developed health trigger levels. So we developed these health trigger levels that are mainly focused on recreation. There's 3 different types of cyanotoxins. Christine really briefly talked about that. There's lots of different types of cyanotoxins. We have trigger levels for 3 of them: microcystins, anatoxin A, and cylindrospermopsin. We also have 3 trigger levels. So we have what's called the caution action trigger level, which is what's there in yellow. And when you get a sample result in where the concentration of cyanotoxins exceeds that trigger level, there are certain recommendations that the state there's certain recreation restrictions that are recommended by the state. So the first is don't eat shellfish from that water body. Don't let your pets and your kids, recreate along the shoreline of that water body. And the reason for that is because a lot of times when you have these blooms, a lot of the scum and the foam kind of aggregates along the shoreline. And usually there's higher toxin concentrations in the scum and the foam than there is in the actual water. And so when you think about little kids and pets, that's really where they recreate most of the time. And the pets are really, especially the dogs, they're much more prone to be susceptible to this, because what happens is they walk along that shoreline, they get, kind of that scum and that foam and cells on their paws, and then what do? They go lick their paws, and they're now ingesting that, right? So they're really susceptible. So that's kind of the thought process behind some of those recommended recreational restrictions. When the warning tier 1 is exceeded in any of the samples collected at the water body, the recommendation is that all of the caution recommended restrictions apply, and then on top of that, there's also a recommended no swimming advisory. When the danger tier 2 trigger level is exceeded, then there is, the other 2 also apply, but basically the recommendation is stay out of the water, don't get exposed to the water spray, don't eat the fish, don't eat the shellfish, don't go wading in the water, and, all recreational activities that generate any kind of water spray should really, be restricted. And so we developed these trigger levels, and they're really helpful because what happened was in 2016, we went live with our state HAB reporting system. And so what this means is this was the first time we had a mechanism for the public or water body managers to report directly to the water boards and some of the state agencies that they were observing a bloom. Prior to this, we didn't, we'd kind of hear things, and if they knew who to contact, they would. But this was a more formal mechanism that they could report in when anybody's observes a bloom, and that generates a certain process of having water board staff respond to those blooms. And so having the trigger levels was really helpful, because what we generally do is we try and go out, investigate if there is a bloom, we try to collect samples and have them analyzed. So when we start getting that information back, it's really helpful to understand what are the health risks for humans and pets when we see those concentrations coming back. What does that mean to us? So, and then also what I'm showing here is just year by year, the number of locations that we've had with bloom reports is increasing. Initially I think it was increasing because now people are a little bit more aware of the reporting system. But yeah, so the initial reports that come in are reported here. So those numbers really represent, here's the initial report that comes in. Blooms generally tend to last long periods of time, like on the order of months. So oftentimes our staff are following up multiple times on the same report in a lot of our water bodies. So just to give you some more numbers, so this is another table of the same, it's basically the same table I just showed you, where the statewide numbers are the ones that I just showed you. But then I have the number of reports from the Central Valley region. And so what's really important to note here is when you look at some of these numbers, the percentage of reports that are falling within our Central Valley region are about 50 to 56% the last couple of years. So that's pretty significant. That means more than half of the reports we're getting in statewide are happening in our region. So that's a pretty big number. Also, 128 reports were responded to this year initially in those initial locations, and then there's a ton of follow-up afterwards that goes on. So there's actually quite a large workload associated following up and following through on a lot of this information that we're getting now. So here is that information just plotted on a map. And, this is all 4 years of information. And what you kind of start to note is that we see HAB reports and blooms throughout the region, as far south as Bakersfield and as far north as Reading. And the data is plotted up by whether or not it exceeds a health trigger level. So the open white circles are where we just don't have any toxin data available for a number of different reasons. I guess we didn't collect a sample there, but the rest of the colored dots indicate whether or not a health trigger level was exceeded. So when you see the blue dots, that means we collected a sample, we have data, and none of the health trigger levels were exceeded. When you see either yellow, orange, or red, that means that one of the health trigger levels was exceeded, and it correlates to the specific level there. And so when you look at this and you kind of take a step back over the last 4 years, really what we're seeing is that approximately 35% of our reports are exceeding a health trigger level. So back to my timeline, if we kind of skip ahead to 2019, there's actually a number of things that are happening this year. EPA came out with their recreational water quality criteria for cyanotoxins. Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 834, which establishes a freshwater and estuarine harmful algal bloom program. And we have started to move into that second component of the assessment and support strategy on monitoring, and we have started developing a monitoring strategy. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about what EPA has been doing on this front. In 2015, they released drinking water health advisories for 2 cyanotoxins, cylindrospermopsin and microcystins. Health advisories are non-regulatory values, so they're really kind of a informal technical guidance. So they actually established 2 advisories, one for infants and preschool children younger than 6 years old, and another for children aged 6 and older and adults. And so also this year, EPA released human health recreational water quality criteria or swimming advisories for microcystins and cylindrospermopsin. And so just to give you a sense of where those fall in relation to our trigger levels, they basically fall between the warning and danger trigger levels. So Assembly Bill 834, signed by Governor Newsom on September 27th, this establishes a freshwater and estuarine harmful algal bloom program. The program components really include all of the elements of the assessment and support strategy, including event response, assessment, monitoring, outreach, risk assessment, and reporting.
Did these include any, the funding, of course, came with the different legislation that was passed?
So that's subject to ongoing negotiations. They pass the bill, and then the next year we talk with the executive about what proposals will be in his proposed budget for the upcoming year. I will say that when the legislature does something that requires resources, more often than not, they give resources, but that's still subject to negotiation.
Okay, so I want to kind of just wrap up by talking about what some of the challenges are that we face when we're addressing HABs and our next steps to really start to address a lot of these challenges. The first challenge we face is, as we just talked about, there's really no designated funding resources for HABs. We've been addressing HABs and responding to HAB events through our basin planning program and our swamp programs, since many of these blooms cause beneficial use impairments. Second, statewide standards and objectives really need to be developed. We have newly developed recreational water quality criteria from EPA, but as you heard Christine discuss earlier, HABs really impact a wide variety of beneficial uses. And we don't have any kind of standards or objectives for most beneficial uses, such as municipal drinking water, aquatic life, and I know that Sarah and Susan are probably going to talk about tribal beneficial uses. You know, HABs really do impact tribal beneficial uses, and so that's going to be a high priority pollutant that we start to address as we move through our tribal beneficial uses project. Third, we don't really have any routine monitoring in the state to determine the extent of the beneficial use impairment. So we have HAB bloom reports coming in now, and we've got about 4 years worth of data, and we're seeing a lot of the same water bodies having blooms every summer now. But we don't have enough information to really do a formal impairment assessment, and we don't statewide have routine monitoring. Now, there are 3 exceptions to that. And 2 of the folks I have asked to speak to you today have developed, implemented, and continue to maintain monitoring programs in their local water bodies. And they represent 2 out of 3 water bodies in the state that actually have routine monitoring programs. But generally speaking, we don't have routine monitoring for HABs in the state. And then the last thing is, you know, cyanoHABs really, as you heard Christine also talk about, there is a complex number of factors that drive HABs. And, you know, I know this was discussed yesterday. You know, you guys were talking about how the water quality issues that we face seem to get more and more complicated. HABs is a complex one because there's a lot of different drivers, and a lot of the time it's the combination of those drivers that's really creating these optimal conditions for these things to take off. So it's a complicated issue to address. It also requires, you know, multiple agencies and multiple stakeholder groups. The other thing Christine touched on is, you know, we see impacts far downstream of where these blooms originate. So what that means is that this is really a watershed issue, and when you go to try and develop management and mitigation strategies, you have to consider the whole watershed, which requires, you know, collaboration amongst multiple agencies at the state, county, and local levels, and multiple stakeholder groups. So as we think about our next steps to really start to address these challenges, we are starting to really focus on the long-term event response piece of the strategy to date. We've really focused on the immediate HAB event response component. We need to assess the extent of the beneficial use impairments in the region caused by HABs. And so to that extent, we have allocated some discretionary contract funding for next fiscal year to help support that effort. Also, we need to develop guidance for impairment listings, and State Board has actually organized a focus group to start to develop guidance for those impairment listing assessments. And we also need to use our regulatory tools to compel monitoring in water bodies that consistently have blooms to determine the extent of the impairments. Finally, we are also planning to build capacity in our region by holding 2 Cyanahab workshops this year, and Christine will be leading those off next spring, really aimed at our stakeholders. And so we've already submitted a survey to a lot of our stakeholders to really determine what the needs are for us to focus those workshops on. So the second kind of big step I would say we're taking next year or in the spring is to develop management and mitigation strategies. And also what you heard Christine say is this isn't trivial, because unfortunately you develop a mitigation strategy for one water body, you can't really translate that to a lot of others. So this is a tough one. But what we're doing is we're piloting a mitigation project in Discovery Bay, and that's going to look at a specific type of mitigation strategy and try and evaluate whether or not we think that would work to mitigate the blooms we're seeing in Discovery Bay. And then also next spring, we're kicking off the Clear Lake Environmental Drivers Study, which is going to focus on HABs, and it's a relatively large effort with a lot of very advanced instrumentation and some HAB experts that are really going to delve in deep to some of the issues we're seeing in Clear Lake and try and determine what type of mitigation strategy would work in that lake. And then last but not least, we really need to develop statewide standards and objectives in order to protect our beneficial uses. And so with that, I think we will conclude our talk, and we're happy to take any questions from the board at this time.
How are things moving forward with the monitoring strategy?
So ironically, there was just a meeting yesterday. There are a number of people actually in this room. Actually, we have state board staff here that are leading that effort. But they have formed a technical advisory committee. A number of us sit on the technical advisory committee, and so we are expecting a draft strategy by about springtime for folks to kind of react to. But we've had multiple meetings this year. They just had another in-person one yesterday, and have pulled in national experts. I mean, we had the chair of the National HAB Committee show up here in August to help us work on that. And so it's moving forward, and we're pretty optimistic that we're gonna have that by about springtime draft.
I noted on the one slide that most of your exceedances are either in the Delta area or Clear Lake. Outside of that, I think you had just a couple who were exceedances. Is that correct?
Some of that's a little skewed because it's really, we're not doing a statewide or a regional assessment. So it's really wherever people are observing blooms that they are reporting into the board or that we in some way, shape, or form know about. So it's not that we're going out and doing a formal assessment and trying to figure out where we have blooms. It's more or less, where do we have engaged stakeholders that are going to tell us we need to be there? So it's, I mean, not to say that we don't have blooms there, but it's, you know, I'd just be a little bit careful about how much we read into that.
In other words, it's more of a qualitative assessment.
Yes.
One last question. Have you had any, have there been any, I'm kind of getting stuck here. Have there been any health problems from that? I mean, people, animals, have you had any reports of people been affected by that? I know when you were here a couple of years ago, you mentioned about a mother and a son. So since that time, have we had any more?
We do receive reports from people who are either reporting to us that they've had some sort of health incident associated possibly with exposure to cyanobacteria. It's kind of hard to tie the two together mostly, but we have had also a number of dog deaths in our region this year. Which has been very surprising for us because previously in the past, there's been dog deaths occurring in other regions within California, and we weren't really susceptible to that previously, or at least that we weren't aware of. But yes, we do get reports of people feeling, you know, gastrointestinal upset or headaches or nausea after recreating in water bodies where there might be a bloom going on.
Since this, your monitoring effort, I mean, the blooms seem to be obviously visible. Is remote monitoring an option for identifying where these are occurring beyond just relying on stakeholder calls?
You want to take that one?
Well, what do you mean by remote monitoring?
Like satellite?
Cameras, drones, places where you might expect a bloom to occur based on flow conditions, weather, so on.
Well, the State Water Board has put together a satellite tool, which is available on that harmful algal bloom portal on the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. And so that has the ability to see roughly 250 water bodies across the state of California that are large enough for the satellite. And so that's been very helpful for us, I would say, as far as staff goes, that it allows us to kind of monitor from our chair as conditions might be, as we're progressing through the summer season where we typically see HABs, that we can start to see these build up. And then we do reach out to a lot of the local water body managers. But again, those are large water systems, so we're talking large reservoirs and large lakes. For the smaller systems, I know that the State Water Board is working with some researchers looking at hyperspectral imaging from another kind of remote system, like drones and stuff like that. So I don't know when that assessment will be finished, but if you want to ask them, they're sitting in the audience. They can
that's
talk a little bit
helpful.
more
Yeah.
closely about the project for that.
And we will be using a drone out at Clear Lake for the Clear Lake Environmental Driver Study.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
And the drone technology for that, I presume that's been fairly well developed so far?
I wish I could say yes to that. Not for lakes. So it's been,
Okay.
actually in the state, we've done a lot of work using drones for trash, especially in, like riverbeds where you can fly the drone and you can you have landmarks. So when you go to stitch together all these pictures, it's really easy because there's land there and there's certain landmarks on the land that makes it very easy. Prior to coming to the water boards last year, I actually did some drone work, and it's very hard over these lakes because you don't have any kind of landmarks. So the software doesn't work very well for lakes. There's still a lot of development to be done on that front. So what we're going to try and do in Clear Lake is start around the shoreline, and we're going to start to implement some of the proposed methodology that people are coming up with. But there's actually quite a bit of work to be done for the lake and reservoir kind of aspect of drone
Right.
sampling.
Fairly reasonable technology today incorporates WAS, which is Wide Area Satellite Augmentation or something. I forget exactly what the acronym is. But it's used certainly on aircraft. You can get it in receivers that are about as big as your cell phone. And it'll give you accuracy down to less than a meter. So you can get launch lat, that wave that's very, very accurate. I'm thinking that maybe that would be an answer for these bodies where you don't have the other kinds of reference points.
Yeah, there is a bit of research going on with the drones now. I think people really see the value of them, especially when you think about, you can send a field crew out with a drone and cover a much larger number of water bodies than if you have to go out and actually sample the water at every single one of those. So there's some huge advantages, yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm going to introduce our next two speakers. We have Susan Fricke, who's sitting at the end there, and she's the Water Quality Program Manager for the Karuk Tribe. She's been working on water quality issues, including HABs in the Klamath River watershed since 2005. And she's really somebody that collaborates with a wide variety of stakeholders and coordinates kind of monitoring and science throughout the Klamath. As I mentioned, she was one of the founding CC HABs network members and served with me as one of the co-chairs. Sarah Ryan is sitting next to her, and she is the Deputy Tribal Administrator and Environmental Director at the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians on Clear Lake and has worked for the tribe since 2001. Together with the Elam Indian Colony, Big Valley developed, implemented, and maintained a cyanotoxin monitoring program on Clear Lake since 2014. The program collaborates with local agencies for public health outreach on cyanotoxins and other water chemistry parameters. Sarah is currently the chair of the Cal EPA Tribal Advisory Committee, and she is a co-chair of the CC HABs network, and she also participates in several HAB work groups. And, I'll just say, one of the reasons I thought it would be very beneficial for the board to hear from these two women and giving them a little bit of extra time than they would get in public comment is because they have really been leaders in the field of HABs for the state for a very long time now. I mean, Susan and I have been working together for well over a decade. But when the state water board started to put together our strategy, and when we start developing our monitoring strategy, I mean, these are the two folks that have already developed and implemented monitoring programs in their local communities. And so as the water board staff were starting to talk about that, I said, you have to pull these two in because they have already been leading the charge in their local community. So we just thought it would be really helpful for the board to hear from them. Let me get your presentation.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm glad to be here and to. Oh, true. I'll try to be done before the afternoon actually starts. Thank you, Meredith, for the introduction. I know I've met some of you before. You've come out to Clear Lake to talk about nutrient management, so it's really glad to have I'm really glad to see a board that's engaged. So we were asked to come here today, and I'm here specifically to talk about what we've been doing in Clear Lake. However, I also wanted to just start with, I guess it's reiterating a little bit of what Meredith said, which is there is a need to protect the beneficial uses in the waters of California through developing and implementing monitoring programs. As you saw on that map, there are very few colors on that map, and that's because most water bodies in California aren't monitored for cyanotoxins or other contaminants and analytes that are linked to beneficial uses, so there's a need to develop those. Also to develop recreational standards for cyanotoxins, and finally to implement watershed nutrient management programs. Those already should be happening, but they really are not happening. When you end up with a lake that has blooms like we have in Clear Lake, then you realize that there's a lot more that needs to be done with nutrient management. On this front slide, you can see that we have a traditional activity going on. This is our Thule Boat Festival, a sweet little girl who is part of helping make the boats. But then you can see Clear Lake with that iconic Mount Konocti in the background, but a split pea soup lake. In 2009, I've got a few pictures of blooms. This is not a flower or a green something. This is a bloom on Clear Lake, and it was several inches thick and many, many miles of the lake. Ducks were walking on it. It was horrifying and actually stopped several activities that were going on in the lake that year, as well as really impacted the economic just activities of the summer. 2014 is when the tribes jumped into developing a monitoring program on the lake. And as you can see here in this bloom, this is at a marina. This is people go swimming in this area. It's not only unsightly, but also really concerning in terms of the health impacts. Of course, working for a tribe, our concerns for getting involved and developing the monitoring program was because of the tribal use exposure. Here's a few examples here. But I also want to say that recreation in general is something that has been impacted on Clear Lake, and I'm sure in other water bodies in California because of the cyanobacteria blooms that are happening and the cyanotoxins that are present in some of these blooms. There is also drinking water is a huge concern in some of these water bodies. On Clear Lake, there are 17 water purveyors that serve 60% of the residents. Some of these drinking water, public water systems are they're aged, and it's questionable as to whether they'd be able to handle a very large or high toxin levels. That's just a repeat slide there. Fish consumption, tribal members and others who come from the Bay Area and go do a lot of fishing and consuming of this fish and selling it back and gifting it back in their communities. Fish, we have a study that we did of Clear Lake fish and shellfish that spanned an 8-year period, and definitely saw fish and shellfish that exceeded the sports fish and shellfish action levels that the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment developed in their 6 cyanotoxin study. The starred items in the microcystin result tissue level shows various species that had exceeded that sports fish consumption. And of course, if you've got subsistence consumption going on, then you need to have a much lower number. So we developed in 2014 a monitoring program. It's been continually growing, and I have a few slides on that, but this is where all of the our sampling locations are on Clear Lake. There are some interior ones. We partner with the State Department of Water Resources to get water samples from there. And then in the summertime, we hit most of those sites that you see. In the wintertime, we will take water samples and send off for microsystem analysis, look for cyanobacteria cells, and do other types of measurements. In the wintertime, we do it on 10 sites around the lake. It's 100 miles of shoreline. So we've had a continuously developing program that has we've started with just a few sites and went to a full 18, or actually we're at 20 sites now. We are looking for different types of cyanotoxins, although primarily we're focusing on microcystin because that's what we've seen. We started doing qPCR analysis in 2017 to have a better understanding of which types of toxins we need to monitor for. There's also drinking water analysis for microcystin that's going on that started in our program. In 2018 and 2019, we've been really working with the county. There's now signs that have a QR code that link to our data. We developed a task force that has engaged a lot of different agencies, local and regional and state, and we also have US EPA involved. So a main component of our involvement is because of the tribal cultural use exposure. This is an impact pathway that we developed that shows there's a lot of different ways when Native peoples are doing their traditional activities in a water body that they could be getting exposed. They could be doing any of these things a day-by-day basis. So you're not only having ingestion, but also consumption and dermal exposure. We've shared this with the FHAB group. Tribal beneficial uses are now things that tribes are working on to get them in the basin plans. And so this is also a reason why we're involved. We want to make sure that tribal uses are protected when there are blooms. We do a lot of educating the public through not only a Facebook page, but which is really big in Lake County. This one's called the Clear Lake Water Quality, and I just want to show you that there's thousands of people who see our posts, and out of a 65,000 member county, that's pretty good. There's been advisories that tribes have submitted out to their members. We've done research that has been able to clarify to the county that just because you don't see a bloom doesn't mean there's no toxins. And also identified some what the exceedances are and shown that it's in just parts of the lake that are certain parts of the lake. Sorry, I'm rushing here to finish. We had a fish cyanotoxin study with averages listed on this table. There's also been a lot of projects that have grown from our program, including for drinking water and for health. And ultimately, we're pushing for nutrient management. So you've probably heard of the Clear Lake Blue Ribbon Committee that the Natural Resources Agency has identified and is funding. And this is something that Big Valley is involved in and other tribes as well. But it really is to do nutrient management on this lake and to understand where the hot spots are and how to implement the programs that need to be implemented to reduce nutrient loading. So ultimately, we've given recommendations to our local governments that are specific to Clear Lake, but just wanted to put a few here that signage is so important, and also press releases about the toxin levels. We are asking them to look at aeration of shoreline to reduce cyanobacteria blooms and to abate weeds through non-chemical means to reduce nutrient loading. I didn't really talk about it here, but those are programs that we use that we've actually found have reduced the blooms in our areas. And because the drinking water purveyors, it's really important to have a handle on what the toxin levels are and to work closely with them. Thank you. I don't know if you want to take questions now or at the end.
Yes, are there any questions from board members?
Yes, you got to it at the end of your presentation. I was curious about mitigation strategies, and when you talked about aerating the shoreline, for instance, and nutrient management, who are you working with to achieve aeration, for example, and where is the funding for that kind of activity coming from?
For our shoreline in Big Valley, we're doing that through non-point source grants through US EPA.
Okay.
And we are also going after 319 grants at a higher level. So, and then in terms of the other programs that we've done, we are working with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and really because Clear Lake has a nutrient TMDL. What we've seen, especially because of this Blue Ribbon Committee, that a lot of people are, the stakeholders are coming together to really try to work with each other to not only find funding, but just to come up with some creative ways to reduce nutrient loading.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One thing that I would appreciate doing is receiving a copy of both of your presentations. Sometimes you're describing these to the issue with HABs to folks. The pictures are worth 1,000 words. Very good. I have one card here.
We have one more.
Oh, you got one more. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Board. I'm honored to be here today to talk to you about harmful algal blooms. As Meredith said, I've been working on them for quite a while, and it's one of my favorite topics. So I am up on the Klamath River, and when Meredith was talking earlier about all the different people you have to work with, the Klamath River is about the size of, I think Delaware was the equivalent. It crosses 2 states. It starts in Oregon, and it goes in through California. It's a reverse water system. Closer? Okay, sorry. It's a reverse water system in the way that you have the flat like ag uplands at the top of the drainage, and then you move down into more of a canyony reach as you move down river. So for us, a lot of our agricultural pollution and like nutrient pollution is coming, if you can see, from the upper basin, where a lot of the levees were diked and dammed by Bureau of Reclamation, and we've had a lot of land use change there. The Karuk tribe is in this area of the Mid-Klamath, and the tribe has no formal reservation. So what I monitor, our program is for off of Aboriginal territory, and we cover over 130 miles of river for water quality. We're the only water quality monitoring entity in that area. So what happened is we were going through TMDL development in 2005, as well as the 401 relicensing for the Klamath Hydroelectric Project. And we had a contract with the State Water Board and EPA and the Regional Water Board to do a nutrient reservoir budget in both Copco and Iron Gate reservoirs. We had taken one sample the year before in 2004 that showed really high levels of toxic algae. So I also was able to receive some additional funding and started up a harmful algal bloom monitoring program that year. And what we found was, wow, we had very high levels, world record high levels of this toxic algae in these reservoirs. As you can see, the Klamath River coming into the reservoirs, it's a nice dark river color, and then you go into these reservoirs because they are created. They're this large, big, warm bathtub that's nutrient rich. And when you stop the water from moving and you add a lot of nutrients and warm it up and make it deep, you provide the ideal habitat for these toxic algae blooms. So we took measurements in the first time, and what you can see along the very bottom, those little yellow plus marks, that's the water above. That was that dark part of the river above. We see, and the little to no algae or toxin coming in from the upper basin. And then you see the red marks right there are Copco Reservoir, and then the next reservoir down, the blue ones are Iron Gate Reservoir, and the line, the dotted line is the World Health Organization guideline for recreational use, which was all we had at the time before the guidance was put into place. And so you can see that throughout July, August, September, October, we were exceeding those recreational use guidelines. And then the triangles below, you can see those blue ones, are what's being discharged from the reservoirs into the river below. And as Christine talked about, it's discharged 190 miles down intact through both Karuk Aboriginal territory and then through the Yurok Reservation. And so it is a lower, it's about an order of magnitude less than the levels that we see within the reservoirs, but we get every year they still exceed some of the guidance, the guidelines that Meredith was talking about earlier. So then we wanted to see if this relationship held up. And so here's just an analysis from 2005 to 2016. This is your last data slide, so we're going to keep it light on the data. Okay, sorry.
Please go back to previous
And
slide.
I would point out, and not to miss this, that's an exponential scale.
Yes, sorry,
yeah,
that's a
you
log scale. So this was the toxic algae and cells per milliliter. Yes, we had world
Right,
record high
so-
levels.
So these
Yes, sir.
reservoirs,
Yes, sir.
so each of these occurrences represent a different reservoir? We're going downstream, is that correct?
The
No,
red.
this is in time, I see, yeah.
Sorry, this isn't time. I'm sorry, I didn't do a good job of explaining that.
There's
Yes.
two reservoirs.
So this is starting in July of 2005, moving all the way through the end of October of 2005.
Okay.
And so you have the little yellow plus marks at the very bottom are from a site like right here where the dark part of the river is, right up
Right.
above there. And then what you're flowing into right here is, I think this one's Copco Reservoir. So Copco is the next one down, and it's the red ones. And then the
Okay.
next reservoir down, which is Iron Gate, which is the lowermost
I
reservoir,
see.
and the Klamath Hydroelectric Project is the light blue.
Is either of those reservoirs scheduled for, or the dams on those reservoirs scheduled for removal?
Yes, that's what I'm going to get to that part as part
Oh,
of our
okay.
restoration priority.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, it's.
And I was
hopefully-
going to ask, how far below Iron Gate are those samples that were collected below the Iron Gate, the blue triangles?
They are collected pretty much within like 100 meters of
Okay.
down below. They're at the USGS Iron Gate gauging site, so
Yeah,
we have a nutrient monitoring station there.
Right.
But then we also have more monitoring stations as you go down.
Okay, thank you.
So
And what's the explanation for this on 10/7/2005? Is that a sampling error? Because it should be up around 1,000.
that is actually a really interesting thing. If you would like, can I show you the slide at the very end? Do we have another minute?
Okay, because Patrick pointed out this is somewhat exponential, and
It is, and I actually have an explanation for what potentially could be going on, and I snuck a slide in at the end after the
could
presentation's
be a
over.
monitoring issue.
In
so
case we want to talk about it,
yeah.
because it's not a data quality issue. There's something else going on that's really interesting.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'll slow down on this is the last of the data. So what we have here is on the left, you have the cells per milliliter of the toxic algae. The one we deal with is Microcystis aeruginosa, and it produces, then the next graph on the right is microcystin, the liver toxin that your staff was talking about. So when we look at 11 years of data from 2005 to 2016, that above Copco site, the one that had the little plus marks, we're pretty much seeing no to very low detects. We did have a couple little detects you can see with the algae, little couple dots. And then if you move down river to Copco, we have our higher levels of both the algae and the toxin. And this is the reservoir in which we're getting these world record high levels. You can see some of the samples go above 10,000 micrograms per liter. And if you think back to the health advisory, they were 0.8, 6, and 20. So we have up in the thousands, which is an issue for public health concerns, obviously. And then the next reservoir down is Iron Gate, which again, we're exceeding health guidelines. That's what these, the lines right here are, sorry, those are a couple of the public health guidelines there. And then, that's above Iron Gate. And then we go Iron Gate Reservoir right here. Also has lower levels of both the cell counts and the toxin. And then again, if you look down to the main stem below the reservoirs, you still have the toxin and the cells moving through year after year. It's not just a one-time thing. It's happening repeatedly. So that was all I wanted to show on that. So why is the Creek tribe concerned? I think you've already heard some of the issues of what we're concerned with. We still have traditional subsistence fishing within Creek Aboriginal territory. The men are out there for 8 to 12 hours a day, submerged within the water, so you have dermal exposure, you have aerosols, and then they're eating the fish. You also have ceremonies that are occurring. So when we had those very high levels in August and September, that's when the Creek tribe is doing their world renewal ceremonies. So it's critically important. Part of the ceremony is that the medicine man bathes and drinks the Klamath River water. And it's not like you can say, hey, could you go have church over on that tributary that's clean right now? These are location-specific ceremonies, so they have to take place at a certain time. They have to take place in a certain location. As you heard, there's livestock issues that are drinking the water. We have this great old couple that was out fishing one day. You have pelicans, you have dogs, you have kids out water skiing, so lots of issues that we have concerns with. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you about is why would you guys want to work with tribes on harmful algal blooms? Well, we're doing the monitoring. All the tribes who receive 106 funding from EPA have tribally approved QAPs. We provide high quality, amazing data, in my opinion. I think it's great to work with tribes. They're also committed there to be there for the long term. They're not going to go away if the funding drops. We also have the cultural beneficial use that will be defined by the tribes in your area. And then you have restoration projects that they can help support. And then the mitigation impacts is you just need to make sure you take into cultural concerns for that. I guess we got stopped a minute, so I'm just going to keep rolling. So for crew hab involvement, you've heard some of what we've already done. The tribe has been able to be a founding member of CCHAB. We elevated this to concerns with EPA, Regional Board, or State Board when we had these issues with water quality. We helped form the Klamath Blue-Green Algae Work Group, and through that we had coordinated, collaborative, basin-wide monitoring. We monitor the entire basin for harmful algal blooms, pretty much coordinated with tribes, with the dam owners, with Bureau of Reclamation, with state and federal, other state and federal agencies. We coordinate on postings and press releases, and we have I pretty much think the best long-term data set for HABs in the country right now, which is an amazing thing. We also, as I said earlier, we were part of the Klamath TMDL development. We're collecting the data for that, for the modeling, and then when we had these high levels, EPA wouldn't list for the 303D listing. So we had to sue them, and we won. So now we're listed for microcystin up there. So these are other things that tribes can do that some of your state and federal staff are not allowed to do, which is a great reason to be working with tribes collaboratively. As mentioned, we're also working on the FHAB monitoring strategy. I've also attended meetings for national HAB strategies. For the HABs legislation, we have sponsored or supported every single time it's gone through, and this year the Creek Tribe sponsored the legislation and it passed, which is wonderful. We're all thrilled for that. We also have government-to-government meetings, and one of the things I wanted you all to know is when we sit in those government-to-government meetings, I've requested at least twice now that the funding from AB 834, if it comes through, goes not only to start state staff positions, but it also comes to the regional boards, particularly this region and Region 1 that have such high due diligence with their staff on responding to harmful algal blooms. So that's one of the things we're pushing for politically for you all to try to get you staffing positions. So next steps, like we said, we need to reduce TMDL, we need to reduce nutrients, both nitrogen and phosphorus, and that's going to occur in the upper basin, so that needs to be collaborative. We're gonna help support Oregon and the tribes in Oregon and the agencies in Oregon doing that. We're also, hopefully, we're on track to remove the lower 4 dams. There's the governor signing that one off. We're on track right now, hopefully for January 2022. It's been pushed back a couple years. We're waiting for the 401 to come through from the state. There will be the statewide FHAB program. And like Meredith said, we need numerical water quality standards. That is something that the state needs to produce. And what we have asked for again in our government-to-government meetings with the state is that this happens through the biostimulatory substances policy that's happening right now, because that could go hand in hand with the public commenting period, and a lot of the staff work that needs to be done for biostim is already happening that would need to be done for HABs. We don't need to wait 10 or 20 years for numerical standards for something that is such a public health concern. So thank you so much for your time. I'm really glad I could come down and talk. Do you have any questions?
Just keep up the good work, and you bring good news that you do have a good database. Of course, the bad news is we have a long ways to go to be able to fully implement the kind of things we can do with that database. So.
And I guess I'm curious, you said January 22 is the date for approval, final approval for the dam removal? I thought that was already approved and there was funding in place.
There is funding. So the dam removal process was a settlement agreement through PacifiCorp, which is the dam removal owner, the state of Oregon and the state of California. Through that agreement, there needs to be a 401 for relicensing, and there has to be a license transfer with FERC. Neither of those has happened yet. We're still waiting for the 401 from the State Water Board. And what they received like 4,000 comments, and I think over half of them were from the utility company. Imagine that. And so they've had a very long process responding to those comments. Once that's done, we're hopeful then that FERC will do the license transfer and the surrender order, but those have not occurred yet. So the date of January 2022 is when hopefully those dams will be removed. They're all going to be taken out at once, just pretty much right in order, so that we can minimize impacts to salmonids, reduce it down to a very narrow window, because most of the sediment is modeled to flush out like immediately, because it's pretty much just a viscous chocolate pudding and it should go right on through. So instead of like doing it where they notch it, we're just gonna pull them all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great presentations from all of you. Well, very informative.
So I'm probably talking to the choir on this. You know a lot more about it than I do, but insofar as drone flight, being able to use satellites or whatever, my experience in the past has been with Jet Propulsion Labs, and At UC Irvine, Dr. Sarusyan is very closely tied to those labs. He's a professor and director of the Center for Hydrometeorology and Remote Sensing. I know JPL's been flying a lot of aircraft in this area and doing a lot of drone work also. They're interested in things such as snowpack, but certainly their technology and their knowledge, if it can be leveraged, would be of great assistance, I think, and they have work. Also, there's another group, and this one's in Sacramento, or based out of Sacramento, CCST, California Council of Science and Technology. And those folks have fellows in universities and also in industry to some degree. And they're like every group. If they're going to do work, they're looking for money, but they're tightly tied to the legislature. Also, were created by the legislature to carry out scientific studies. So they're somebody else who could be leveraged. And if you're interested in that and want to talk with me later about any of those, I'm available.
I'm sorry.
Chairman,
Thank you.
could I address one of your comments from earlier real quick? I had a slide. Did you want to hear
Sure,
about that data
sure,
discrepancy
yes.
point? Something really interesting when you're dealing with discharges from reservoirs is that our discharge depth is about 10 meters down, so 30 feet down. Microcystis is buoyant, and so it will go up and down within the water column, and a lot of times at night it will drop down within the water column. So this is a really interesting thing when you're trying to sample for public health. So if you just ignore the other two graphs, just look at the graph on the left. So this is that spot right below Iron Gate where you're discharging from the reservoirs. And when we normally sample is one of those first ones. We normally get there about like 3 o'clock. So you can see that it's noon, 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock. We went every 4 hours and sampled. So you see, if we had sampled at noon, we would got a 0, 1. If we sampled at 4, we would get like a 3. But if you went and sampled at 8 in the morning, the next day, you had a 20 microgram per liter. So there is a diurnal swing that is happening because we hypothesize is because these algae move up and down. So maybe sometimes they drop down and get sucked in more to the intake. So it's just when you've got people talking about sampling for public health, you're never going to capture the highest amount. Like you're never going to do it. And when you're dealing with things where places are discharging and then flowing downriver, it's really hard to capture the worst case scenario. So it's something to keep in mind when you guys are doing monitoring strategies with your staff.
Now, I'm familiar with algae. I've done some algae work for waste treatment, but those are basically greens, and I haven't done anything with blue greens. Do the blue greens react to sunlight regarding uptake of carbon dioxide?
Mm-hmm. Meredith, you want to be sciencey? She's got the PhD. We'll let her do it.
Yeah, they definitely react to the light. And so this is a really nice actual graphic of just showing, why the time of day you go out to collect samples is really critical. You can get a totally different answer depending on what hour of the day you go out. And, before I was part of the water boards, I was down south, and I would sit at Lake Elsinore, and you could just visibly stand on the shoreline and over the course of a couple hours watch as it didn't look so bad, and then 2 hours later, massive cells at the surface. And so they definitely respond to light, but what they're doing is they're navigating down, kind of in the middle of the night to absorb as many nutrients that are, kind of lower in the water column. So it's basically, the cool thing about the blue-greens and the cyanobacteria is they have these amazing strategies. I mean, they're weeds. They grow no matter what because they have these adaptive strategies that give them a competitive advantage over everything else in the water column. And so that's, part of what's driving all these HABs. But yeah, so they go down in the middle of the night and kind of, get all the nutrients, and then they come up during the day to absorb the sunlight. So they've kind of got the best of both worlds there.
They have biochemical processes that are going on also that are changing during the day based upon how much energy they're receiving.
Could I also just say, yes, we're seeing pHs of 10 in bloom areas and
Right.
really high DO. So yes, there is that function going on.
It's a difficult one. But anyway, I think, well, to go a bit further, interested in the use of technology to ascertain, such as drones and aircraft, to ascertain water quality, because you can do large areas very quickly, generate huge amounts of data, of course, but which is a problem in itself. But the issue in the past has been oftentimes it's been difficult to do streams because you get so much scatter off of the banks. And some of the technology I understand they're working on is to resolve that issue. Of course, with drones, you can get down closer, so you're not picking up as much of the bank interference that you get. But these are folks that are on top of the technology that might be able to assist.
And we're working with a PhD student out of Berkeley, actually had drones out on the Klamath River last year, and she was trying to be able to map out plants like benthic macrophytes that were underwater, because that's another hard thing to monitor. But so it'd be interesting to see if she was able to detect the harmful algal blooms as well while we had blooms this summer. So, like you said, it's up and coming stuff that's great.
Yeah, it's
hopefully
it'd be nice because if you begin to perfect this technology, it means you can put your resources where you need to put your resources, as opposed to waiting for somebody to pick a phone and call you after the incident has occurred. But you point to the problem as these things move. It's not a static situation. It's very dynamic. Very good. Thank you very much. Any further comments? Very interesting presentation.
We do have a public comment card.
I do have a public comment card, and I started to call it a few minutes ago. And in the meantime, I've moved a lot of stuff around up here. Barbara Berrigan-Paria, who was with us yesterday.
4 feet today. Good afternoon, Chair and board members and staff. Barbara Berrigan-Paria with Restore the Delta. First, I'd like to thank staff from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board and the State Water Board. We did work for 2 years on the Cal EPA initiative enforcement action for the city of Stockton. And one of the outcomes from that is that Cal Water Data Dive program with Greg Gearhart has joined Code Stack Academy and Restore the Delta and other partners for our 5th H2O hackathon. It will be on March 21st this year, and it will feature a hack with about 150 school students, many of whom are from our environmental justice community, all around algal blooms. We're looking at using drone technology, and we're looking at working with them and San Francisco Estuary Institute on data points, how to actually build some apps to start tracking algal blooms through the 1,100 miles of waterways in the Delta. So you're invited to that. It's a wonderful event. Hundreds of people come. There's a lot of energy. It's a lot of fun. The Stockton EJ area waters.
Let me interrupt you one moment. Okay. My fellow board member Cadera, also puts on a student. You're right, and it's a great way to, and I'm sure you're doing this too, to get students interested in going into a water career. If you could just give about 1 minute description of what you folks do.
Basically, our goal has been to grow community leaders. We're heavily involved in leadership development, and we initially started out working with the Tulare Basin Wildlife Partners. They helped get us underway. We worked with Alpa and Allsworth school districts, and we developed a work-based learning program to connect the kids to the environment, to help them understand the water quality issues that they're facing in their community with arsenic. And as we move farther along, we've worked with BLM because they kind of hosted the program initially, and we've taken it over since. But primarily our focus is to work with the youth, give them the exposure to the water issues they're facing in their community, talking to them about the upper and lower watershed for them to understand the whole cycle of water and how it gets down to them. I mean, just an example, when we were working with them this summer on the arsenic remediation study that we were doing, they were looking at the well where the water was pouring out. And they were looking at it, say, you guys think that's good water? And I said, yeah, it's good water. It's not. It's laden with arsenic. You cannot drink that water. So for them to say, really? I mean, they got a really good chance to see and get exposed to things that are important to them that they had no clue about, and how they could apply it to recreation, how they could apply it to people's health. So it's personalized now, and they've taken it on, and they're really working with it. So I commend you for what you're doing. It's so important that the kids where they live and the things that's impacting them, that they understand it and they begin to take it on as something that is important to them. And that's how we develop those leaders, because someone will have to continue the fight that's going on.
That's become more and more of the focus of our work. We have friends who work with the programs that you've just described, that are friends of our campaign that we work with. We work with Girls Who Code, who are part of the housing development community and also with Migrant Ed heavily in this program as well. So it's one of the joys of what we do. Yeah. The Stockton area waters that we were talking about yesterday, and we had our representatives come up from our environmental justice community, were ground zero this for years now, but particularly this year, for reports of cyanobacteria and an extensive algal bloom from our waterfront down our shipping channel and through Mormon Slough. We did a video, which is up at the Restore the Delta website, so that you could see a number of blooms that we identified in the Delta this year. One of the reasons why your reports are going up is because Restore the Delta is driving people to report to you. It isn't just that it's qualitative. We're watching more and more development of these occurrences, and our philosophy has been, it's our job to help get the data to you so that you can investigate and find out what is happening. Again, we have 40,000 subsistence fishers. We have the largest environmental justice population percentage-wise in California. We have 17 census tracts that live at the bottom 95% percentile for environmental health. Where the algal blooms occurred this year, when people walk around the waterfront, their asthma is triggered. They're just, I know this is anecdotal, but when you see it happening and happening again, you start to grow concerned. And we ask for, there has to be more research done. Reports of dogs that are passing away. I think the hardest thing for me,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I guess I have just 2 quick points to finish. On September 23rd, there was a woman removed from Mormon Slough, which was loaded with a bloom, a HAB this year, who had died in the waterway. And that's because our HAB areas are matching up with our homeless encampments. And one of the things that we're really looking forward to from this board is we get different responses from the counties in the Delta. Contra Costa does a great job reporting and pushing for programs. In San Joaquin County, I have to become the town crank about the fact that you have to protect homeless people who are living alongside the algal blooms. The last thing I just want to say very quickly is that we think Stockton in particular, and then the entire Delta, needs a basin workshop. We need a mitigation plan. And I would really like to say that Restore the Delta is very much interested in kind of replicating what we've heard that the Karok tribe has done up in the Klamath. We're really concerned that this is going to become a serious public health issue with climate change and reduced flows into the estuary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, climate change is bringing all kinds of issues to bear, and it's like a cancer. It keeps growing slowly, but fatally. Any further comments?
I just want to make one comment. I think, we've got a lot of great leaders here at the regional board. I think Meredith has a lot of great ideas that she brings with her to kind of work through and try and reorganize the resources that we have within our basin planning unit to make sure that we're addressing these emerging concerns. HABs was not a phrase that I knew coming into the board. I think it was not a phrase that the board wrestled with for years, but it is emerging as one of the issues that's being driven by a whole melange of factors that are coming together to impact a lot of sensitive communities throughout the valley. So I think in the years to come, we're going to continue to make sure that we are adept at aligning our basin planning resources with these emerging threats and really, kind of being prepared. And this sounds funny to say, but being prepared to receive resources and align them and hit the ground running when they are given. Because I do think that this is something that as a state, there will be more resources invested in this. I think it'd be a mistake not to. And so we have to make sure that we have the capacity to absorb that and do something with that as we move forward.
And the lady that just spoke, I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but she put out a plea regarding the issues that she's facing down in the Delta and the opportunity to learn or connect with you and the things that you're doing that can be a benefit to them. So hopefully you'll get in touch with her because you're all doing the same thing and you're concerned about the welfare and the water quality. So this is an opportunity to have someone else to be a part of your collaboration.
Meredith told me that she was collecting business cards and contact information yesterday.
Very good. I want to thank you for a very interesting presentation. That moves us back to strategic planning.
My suggestion would actually be that we postpone some of the more detailed SWOT analysis since there's only 3 board members here today, and that we frankly just do a truncated review of what came out of the October meeting. Should just be a few minutes. I'll essentially task the strategic planning committee with running through the SWOT analysis when we meet right after the new year. Is my proposal, and come back to you, and we can kind of discuss what they thought, their thoughts, when we meet again, potentially in February.
Okay, and I know it's a difficult answer for you to answer now, but how is the February meeting shaping up?
And turn to Adam. We've got a spreadsheet. We've got spreadsheets.
I'll pull up a spreadsheet if you can give me about 2 minutes or a minute.
Well, what I'm saying is that I got my fingers crossed that we have 2 new board members. You're right. It's something that board members should be on top of, and if we have the opportunity to have the whole board participate in the discussion, I think that would be very beneficial.
I agree, and it'll also give the chance for the strategic planning committee to meet and give you folks something to think about from the ground level. What staff are thinking our internal strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats are, and then we can have a conversation with a little more information than we'd have. I mean, I think it would be nice if we had plenty of time and a full board here today, but we don't, so that would be my proposal.
The other thing you might think of, and I thank you for moving the Thursday board back to 10, but it turns out that Raji came up.
Yeah.
If those who are attending come up the night before, we could have an earlier start.
You bet.
And that might give us a full 2 days to be able to take care of calendar items and spend some time on things like this.
Absolutely. We're very fortunate to have Denise here for this meeting. I know, thanks to other issues outside of your control.
I took care. I'm the guy that went to the State Department and asked the thing. pull her passport so she couldn't go.
So I think Adam's got some of the information.
Well, before you go, Adam, I just wanted to say I looked at the handout for this planning session, and the SWOT analysis that's in there. And I'd actually prefer to see the committee and staff input on that before
Absolutely.
the board comments on it. I think it's better to get a ground level view of those
Yeah.
issues.
We were debating on it, and the timing was such that, you know, it's an easy proposal to make because it kind of makes sense.
So a couple things. I do know that Carmen will not be here at
Yeah.
the February meeting. We do have a number of big items shaping up for the February meeting, so it will be a full meeting. I would suggest we definitely try and get the full 2 days if
Yeah.
we want
Okay. Yeah, so we're not, and I have to apologize for yesterday. I was only half here until somebody in the audience said something that got me going.
Yeah.
Woke me up.
Well, I mean, again, I think the meeting we planned this go around, because we've got 2 vacancies, it got a little odd because we were scrambling to have a quorum here and there. But we hopefully will have not only a full complement, but, you know, a more regular board meeting in February.
Thank you very much. We're ready to adjourn. Is that
Well,
correct?
I would say that very quickly, my suggestion would be to open up the agenda item, the strategic planning agenda item, just to review number 2 and number 3. Get your quick comments
very
on the
good,
mission
very
statement
good.
and vision
Yes,
statement.
and I think that was what, number 12?
Of the agenda, number 12.
I'm looking
I'd
for
add
my
number
agenda.
12.
I'm sorry.
Top of the page.
Somebody help me. I don't have my agenda. So we'll go back to
Number 8.
agenda item number 8.
That's right. It's from yesterday. So,
And give us
yeah,
4 minutes for a standing up break
4 minutes.
before we start agenda item 8.
You know, it's all up to you, Carl. You can take as
It's
long.
not up to
as
me,
you-
it's up to my board members.
We know who the boss is here.
Let's do strategic planning. We're
Yeah.
back in session on item 8.
So, I think we can confine this to a fairly quick discussion, but what I got from the board's conversation, and Board Member Kadara, thanks for providing the written items that you did. Those are really helpful as we worked through in October. But the way the conversation went in October was that the mission statement of the State Water Board was actually pretty darn good, and there's a lot of thought put into that. So the idea was to craft it and edit it to make it work for the Central Valley Board, because there's a few components in there, like the Drinking Water Program and water rights, that we don't manage. So excising that, the mission statement would be to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of Central Valley water resources for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses for the benefit of present and future generations. It sounds pretty darn solid to me, and so with the board's endorsement, we'll move forward and with that as the mission statement. The vision statement was a little trickier. The model was to include an external vision and two internal vision statements. One would be kind of how you get the mail routed in the office, and the other is kind of the internal touchstone that we use. I think the feedback from the board is that can get kind of confusing, and realistically, the bifurcation between the admin unit and the program unit is kind of a fake one, because everybody's working towards water quality. So the concept was to fold the two internal visions to one internal vision and have one external vision. So kind of getting all the components, and there was a little bit about resiliency, a little bit about safe and affordable, a little bit about stewardship and generational change. That I tried to capture all that in an external vision statement that basically says, it says, a Central Valley where aquifers and surface waters meet or exceed water quality necessary to support all beneficial uses, where all communities have access to safe, affordable, and resilient water supplies, and where citizens have a shared responsibility for water quality that is sustained through multi-generational stewardship that begins in the homes and classrooms throughout the region. That was kind of an aggregate of just about all the input that I got. If there's parts that you guys want to jettison or emphasize over others, I'm open to that. But that's that's what we've got there.
Any objection to that? I think it's well written. The use of the word communities would indicate that if you have a couple of people, and we have this whole issue where you have a cluster of 3 or 4 wells, is that a community? Maybe not in some interpretations.
We're all people?
People, residents, all residents,
Yeah.
something of that sort.
Sounds good to me. Excellent. Well, I'll move forward with that revision. And in terms of the internal vision, I think that the remarks actually that the board provided were pretty consistent with respect to that, and running them by a couple folks here in the office that made sense to them too. Internal vision would be a well-run organization with strong and dutiful executive leadership, and I like the dutiful. I forget who made that suggestion. Where technical, managerial, and administrative staff know that their work is highly valued, and where a culture of public engagement, collaborative problem solving, transparency, and outreach is fostered by management.
I thought this was a very good, strong statement, but then as I look at it, we certainly want a well-run organization, but I don't know if an organization recognized by its stakeholders as being well-run, I guess I can't improve on that, but I'm just, we want, but the point being is we are seeking to be recognized as by those external that we serve, yeah, by the public, right.
Public's perception is that we're a well-run organization.
So I will say that is, this is the internal vision.
Yeah.
So this is not, this is how.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, moving on.
So with that, and frankly, these are absolutely subject to tinkering with as we move forward with our final document. But
And that transparency and outreach is amongst the staff. Is that?
I think where we're talking about is that's the culture. Okay. That the culture is we don't sit at our computers and think we can solve the world problems without engaging with the outside world. And so that's kind of where that comes in.
Okay,
Some people think that's the only way you can engage with the outside.
I'm not going there. It's smartphones, right?
I mean, when you said that, I mean, I just had this other word, the engagement part. I don't know if it fits in there with transparency, engagement, and outreach, but, I mean, I think outreach does it, but I don't want it to be just outreach, but it is the engagement.
Engagement is in there.
Okay.
So public engagement, and because I got that from you. So it's in there.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Got it. I passed that up. Okay, perfect. I'm good with it.
All right. And as we move forward, this is, I mean, basically this is going to be on pages. The mission statement is going to be on page 1, cover page, and this will be on first page of the strategic planning document, and it'll go from there. But you know, for editing purposes, I think this gives us the start, and this is what we'll be working with. You know, like I said, the first meeting of the strategic planning committee will run through the SWOT analysis, and in February I'll bring that back to you, and we'll start talking about public engagement, because we plan on having some bones of this together, and then bringing it to the public and saying, well, what are your needs? What do you need to see from the regional board? What can we do better for you? And how can we integrate that into our strategic plan? So that's what the process is going to be. The way I scheduled this is we built some flex into the schedule, so it shouldn't be that much of a problem to continue to hit the target of getting this thing out in the fall. And with that, I think that's the conclusion of this agenda item. And I don't see any members of the public that want to talk to us about that, but I'm sure that'll change.
I look forward to getting the SWOT analysis feedback from staff.
Certainly.
So let me relay my experiences with the last time we did strategic analysis, and of course the public was invited. A few public members would show up, and we'd spend about a half an hour into the discussion on strategic items. I'd look out, nobody was left.
Yep.
And that's kind of unfortunate, because we would like to have input.
Yeah. It'll be a condition of your permit, right?
Yeah. That's right. Okay. Very good, then. We will conclude this meeting by adjourning to the 567th meeting of the Central Valley Regional Board in February 20th of next year. And may I, on adjournment, may I wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Have a great holiday season. And drive safe.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much.
And don't go